Hello, everybody. Come on in and take a seat. Welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Joint Town Council Parking Authority meeting of November 4th, 2014. I'd like to ask those in attendance this evening to silence your communication devices, cell phones, iPads, whatever else you have. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Diane McNutt.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Przinski.
Here.
Vice Mayor Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Steve Leonardis.
Here. Leading us in the pledge this evening is Sophie Holohan. Will you please come forward? We'll share with you a few words about Sophie. She's one of our outstanding youth in the community. Sophie is a 7th grade at Fisher Middle School. Her favorite subjects are science, French, and choir. Sophie enjoys doing community service and recently worked 10 and a half hours at the St. Mary's Fair, in the coffee shop, in the pig races, and in the duck race game and the knockdown cats game. So working real hard out at the fair for the community. Sophie enjoys doing reading, singing, and playing the guitar. I asked her what songs she knows on the guitar, and she knows who Jimi Hendrix is. I was impressed by that. Sophie, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
How about a round of applause for Sophie? And originally, Sophie's little sister here, Tessa, was supposed to join us tonight, but she was ill. So Tessa, if you're at home watching your sister, here's a shout out to you. Once again, a round of applause for Sophie. Thank you for coming in and leading the pledge. I'd like to invite Vicki Foley-Boyd and Rick Foley to come join me at the podium. Either side is fine. Whatever side's your good side. No, on this, come around this side. Not that side. All right. So it'll just be Vicki this evening, who will be accepting a proclamation on behalf of Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Vicki and Rick's mother is a 3-year pancreatic cancer survivor. So I'm going to read the proclamation, accommodation for you. And here we begin. Whereas over 45,000 people will be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer this year in the United States, and over 38,000 will die from the disease. Whereas pancreatic cancer is the deadliest cancer and the 4th leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the United States, with 73% of pancreatic cancer patients dying within the first year of their diagnosis. Whereas to date, there is no cure for pancreatic cancer, and there have been no significant improvements in early detection treatment methods or survival rates in the last 40 years. And whereas the good health and well-being of the residents of the town of Los Gatos are and will continue to be enhanced as a direct result of increased awareness about pancreatic cancer and further research into early detection causes and effective treatments. And whereas the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is the first and only national patient advocacy organization that serves the pancreatic cancer community in the town of Los Gatos and nationwide by focusing its efforts on public policy, research, funding, patient services, and public awareness and education related to developing effective treatments and a cure for pancreatic cancer. And whereas the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network and its affiliates in the town of Los Gatos support those patients currently battling pancreatic cancer, as well as those who have lost their lives to the disease, and are committed to nothing less than a cure. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Stephen Leonardis, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate and do hereby proclaim November 2014 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month for the town of Los Gatos. And this is proclaimed November 4th, 2014. Congratulations. And thank you for your work. Would you like to share a few words?
There is hope on the horizon.
Right. Well, thank you, Vicki. Will DJ Akers please come forward? Whatever side's your best side, whether it's left or right. DJ's got a very interesting Eagle Scout project he's going to share a few words with you about. I think you will enjoy his mission.
Hi, so I'm working on my Eagle project, and unlike most, which tend to be things like building benches or stairs, I'm retiring American flags in order to honor veterans. So this Saturday, from 12 in the morning on Saturday to 12 in the morning on Sunday, I will be doing a marathon flag retirement. I hope to retire more than 190 flags at this point. My original goal was 100. So I've got a lot of flags from the town and from other places and even from around the country. So if any of you are interested in coming down to my project, it is at the Los Gatos Youth Park, which is behind Los Gatos High School. Come down at any time, the whole Saturday I'll be there. So if you have a flag, if you know a veteran, if you are a veteran, if you're aware of veterans, come down, participate, and help to honor these great men and women.
And we have a few veterans in attendance this evening, as you can see. I have a flag for you to retire this weekend. This is from the Kiwanis Club. We have a project in town where we replace flags and repair flagpoles and restore flagpoles. That one was in front of Cryptic on University Avenue. So you have 191 plus in climbing. I'm going to read a commendation for DJ. Whereas David Joel Akers, a Life Scout with Troop 2, has successfully completed his service project for Boy Scouts of America Eagle Scout rank, and whereas the Eagle Scout rank is the highest honor presented to Boy Scouts, and whereas David's passion for the dedication to the proper respect and care of the United States flag inspired his service project called 24 Hours of Honor. And whereas 24 Hours of Honor involved a collection of over, at this point, 191 worn, faded, and tattered American flags and their official retirement over a 24-hour period in honor of past and present United States veterans. And whereas 24 Hours of Honor also helped raise awareness in the community about the proper respect for the American flag. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation accommodation for David Joel Akers for his dedicated public service to the Town of Los Gatos and its residents and do further congratulate him on attaining the rank of Eagle Scout, dated November 4th, 2014. And this is for you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We have one last presentation this evening. This is for the Small Business Big Applause Award. And this is for Leanne Price. Will you please come forward? Small Business Big Applause Award represents model citizens in our business community. Los Gatos is proud to have you. Businesses that have been in our community for a long time, stood the test of time, through thick and thin, such as earthquakes, recessions, street replacement projects, etc. in this case. They provide a great service to our community. by offering jobs, supporting schools, community events, and more. And in the case of Round Table Pizza, great food, service, and a clean, inviting atmosphere. I was there on Saturday. I shared a pizza with 3 of my friends, me, myself, and I. It was a large combo. I took down the whole thing myself. Probably shouldn't admit that. So we will move on to reading the accommodation. Whereas Round Table Pizza number 10, located at 57 North Santa Cruz Avenue, opened on March 15th, 1965, making it one of the oldest continuously operating restaurants in downtown Los Gatos. Whereas Leanne Price purchased this business in 1981 and has owned and operated this location since then. Whereas Ms. Price's Round Table location continues to be one of the top 5 performing restaurants in the company, and whereas through her business, Ms. Price gives back to the youth in Los Gatos by supporting local schools with field trip and fundraising opportunities, including St. Mary's Kindergarten field trips, Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District's Workability Program, Los Gatos High School's football camp, a place for teens, and more. Whereas Ms. Price also supports numerous nonprofit organizations and participates in their events in our community, including the Breast Cancer Walk, Relay for Life, the American Red Cross, blood drives. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation accommodation to Leanne Price for her downtown Los Gatos Round Table Pizza location for decades of dedicated service to the Los Gatos community. And I'm looking forward to 33 more years. Congratulations, Leanne. Town Attorney, our closed session report.
Yes, good evening. Prior to the regular session, Councilman in closed session on 2 items, the evaluation of the town attorney and labor negotiations with the town attorney. As to both of those items, no action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Council matters. Any member of council have something they wish to share? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since our last meeting, I want to report on 2 committees that I'm participating in. On the 22nd of October in Oakland, I met with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission dealing with issues relative to transportation in the 9 Bay Area counties. And on November 3rd, this was yesterday, the Santa Clara County Housing Community Development and Advisory Committee met in San Jose, and would like to announce that there are a series of community forums taking place right now. And this is for individuals who are residents, service providers, business owners, or housing professionals in the county. There will be a session in the neighborhood center, also known as the Adult Recreation Center right across the street, on Thursday, November 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. in the neighborhood center, as I said. And if you'd like more information, contact the Santa Clara County government site at Santa Clara County Gov, sccgov.org. And for more information, and I would also recommend that if you have interest in the whole question of housing and community services in our region, particularly in our town, then you might see your way over to the neighborhood center on Thursday the 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Anyone else on council? I have something I would like to report. On October 24th, I attended a celebration with the Daughters of the American Revolution to dedicate the site of the Jose Maria Hernandez Adobe. This site is significant. This is located, by the way, in Vasona County Park. This site is significant to Los Gatos history in that it is the original home site of the first home on the land of the Rancho de Los Gatos, which later became Los Gatos. There's a nice dedication plaque near the entrance in Vasona Park on your right as you pull in. So if you have a chance to go, take a look at the plaque and learn something about our local history, which is very important. Moving on to manager matters.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of items to report from staff. First, the council chambers is adorned with our newest art exhibition organized by the Museums of Los Gatos, and the artists and pieces selected for this showing are drawn from the Los Gatos Museum's gallery downtown. All of the council and public are welcome to join the mayor and myself at the opening reception next Monday, November 10th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. here in the council chambers. Second, we are continuing to solicit applications for all of the town's boards and commissions. The description of the various boards and commissions are available on the town website, as are the applications. Applications are due the first week of December, and then the council will be conducting interviews and making appointments to the town boards and commissions on December 16th. Last, on a little bit of a more personal note, as an Eagle Scout, I look forward to joining DJ at midnight on Saturday morning for the launch of the Flag Retirement Program, honoring veterans in our community. That concludes staff report for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving on to our consent calendar. Does any member of council wish to pull an item? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. I want to pull agenda item 1, please.
All right. Agenda item number 1 is pulled. Any others? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will look for a motion on the other consent items. Vice Mayor.
I'll make a motion to approve our consent calendar now consisting of items 2 through 7.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. We'll hear consent item number 1 right now. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this because in looking at page 5 of our minutes, specifically the last 2 items, motions for 5 and 6. The motion for number 6 just references providing feedback to staff, and agenda item 5 talks about changes, modifications, and corrections. However, in neither of those motions is it reflected what the council, the specifics of what the council actually did. And I did not feel that the motions as drafted prior to being given a desk item, which we do have, was specific enough for action items. It did not communicate to this council, to future councils, to staff, or to the public what actions we took. And so what I am suggesting to this council is that we amend our minutes to incorporate the verbiage on our desk item for those 2 items.
All right. Any further discussion from council? We need a motion on this? All right. So I will make the motion to amend the minutes to include the desk item on item number 5.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Moving on to our verbal communications. For those in attendance this evening, if you would like to speak on any item which is not on the agenda, you can fill out a card and speak on anything you want. And I have 3 cards. The first one is Angelia Durner.
A little over half of the usual 1,500 kids, along with the 3,000 to 4,000 teenagers and adults. And I don't even live on Tate. But what's really a nightmare, and I apologize in advance to everyone I'm likely to, nothing is personal tonight. A real nightmare is trying to obtain copies of the town's public records. If you don't have internet access, or if something is not online, this is what you can look forward to at the library. Broken rubber bands, out of order, missing documents. I've been through these piles twice. Since what I was looking for all related to PPW, I set up a meeting with the town engineer. This was about a week before I first talked with you. I am grateful to Ms. Peterson for sharing her time with me. Unfortunately, she didn't have a copy of the report I was looking for, so I had to go to the clerk's office anyway. What was I looking for? The consultant's final report for this entire project. I had watched you all flipping through it on the video. When the clerk's assistant brought out a stack of minutes, I pointed to it immediately and requested a copy. That was on October 1st. I finally received it on October 10th. There are 3 more outstanding items. For some reason, I have to wait until November 13th for those. Yes, there was an outreach meeting just last week, and I want to thank the town for scheduling a repeat meeting on surprise November 13th. This is what was covered. Notice a timeline for HPC review, all discussed before the item of concrete versus asphalt. Earlier in the meeting, when discussing concrete versus asphalt and the revised design, this picture was on the first slide. Sure looks like asphalt to me. Someone asked if there were any newer concrete streets in the area that residents could go and see, or at least look at pictures. The answer was basically no. Someone asked what HPC's position might be. Mr. Pacheco was there and pretty clearly stated, they will be concrete. That sure encouraged residents to evaluate the options, didn't it? Well, what's next? I can tell you that there are a lot of questions out there. Personally, I can't reconcile the numbers that were presented with what I already know. I will be submitting my questions and will look forward to some feedback. Remember that meeting with Ms. Peterson? I had also asked to view the tabulation of comments from earlier 2 meetings. The cards were simply rubber banded and put into a manila folder. What should residents expect to see to be sure their comments are included this time around and addressed? There's a lot on the residents' plates, and as we know, this is a different animal than what's usually dealt with by the HPC. So I am asking you, Mr. Mayor, to add this project, including pavement choice, to the HPC agenda in December, hopefully not on Christmas Eve, or to hold a special meeting in early January. That will provide adequate time for appeals if needed before RFPs need to be issued. With as much as this neighborhood gives to the community month after month, year after year, I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you. Town Manager, can you respond to my ability to be able to add this to the HPC calendar?
Staff is already planning to bring the matter back to HPC. No date set, but it will certainly be by the end of January.
And not on December 24th, I hope, or 25th?
Certainly not.
All right, thank you. All right, the next speaker is Stan Garber.
Town Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stan Garber. My wife and I are proud 20-year residents of Los Gatos. 2 of our 3 sons have graduated from Los Gatos High and college, and we still have a sophomore there. I'm also the principal of Cabrillo Middle School in Santa Clara, which is the 49er STEM Leadership Institute now, and I'm actually a docent at the new 49er Museum, too. As busy as I am, I have one last goal. In 2010, I applied, interviewed, and lost for the competition to be Poet Laureate of Los Gatos, town poet. In 2012, I repeated this exercise, and I lost again. But like most people in this town, I'm persistent. When I didn't see that the competition was advertised, I called Henry Bankhead, the town librarian, and who seemed uncertain about the status of the Poet Laureate position. And I'm here tonight to just tell the Town Council how important the Poet Laureate selection process is to me. And I think it's a wonderful tradition, and I'd like to see it keep going. Thank you.
We have a question for you, Mr. Garber, from Councilmember Spector.
Actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask if staff had a response to the issue he has raised.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Garber. First, Mr. Bankhead is here tonight, so if you two can connect, if Henry raises your hand, after the verbal communications, just to go over the process forward. Staff is planning to bring back to council an action item on either November 18th or December 2nd regarding the Poet Laureate. The process for establishing the Poet Laureate provides for the mayor or mayor designee to serve on a Poet Laureate selection committee. As with the first Poet Laureate, there was an extension of that term, and that is one of the options that will be presented presented to the council for the current poet laureate. And that will be coming back to council no later than December 2nd for your review and consideration.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Next speaker is Ann Robinson.
Ann Robinson, Charter Oaks. This is what I see now when I drive home from work. I consider this one of the gateways to Los Gatos. How does this development protect our mountain views? How does this development how is this development compatible with the existing adjacent buildings? How does these massive rectangular buildings preserve the small town character? How does this protect our community from the increasing development pressures of Silicon Valley? Does this look like Los Gatos? Or does it look more like San Jose, Campbell, Cupertino? Does this development harmonize with the existing residential neighborhoods while minimizing the impacts? How does this development, adding over 3,500 daily vehicle trips during peak commute hours, help our already congested traffic on Lark Avenue and Winchester Boulevard? Is this the high quality of life in Los Gatos? Is the high quality of life in Los Gatos being protected? I still, to this day, don't see how this is consistent with the general plan and fits the vision for Los Gatos. I am so glad that the residents are finally starting to wake up and get involved before it's too late for Los Gatos. I had a group of friends over for lunch who work and or live in Los Gatos. None of them are politically involved, but all of them are unhappy with what they see happening in Los Gatos. The consensus among us was that the town council has made a series of bad decisions. I only hope that with 2 town council members retiring and 3 seats now open, that the new town council will be more sensitive to the residents and make better decisions to preserve our small town, not city, character of Los Gatos and the quality of life of the residents who live here. And I also hope that you'll keep this picture in mind today when you discuss the planned development overlay later on during this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I see one more card coming forward for public comments. We'd like to remind anyone else, if you'd like to speak on any item which is not on the agenda, to please fill out a card and give it to the clerk. Mr. John Shepherdson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, 120 Oak Rim. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the town council and the manager and Matt Morley for the staff recommendation and the council's vote to authorize the green bike lanes pilot project and to authorize making the application for the master plan for integrating throughout the town pedestrian and biking and transit use. And I wanted to thank Carl Cardino who I've differed on particular projects, but on this particular item, we agreed that if on this concept, that if we can, in a coordinated way, address these traffic impacts that I think we all are concerned about, whatever the side of the issue, developer, pro-developer, or more pro-community, or however you want to characterize it. So I think that it was an effective step, and I know that the council, you oftentimes only hear criticism when there's something that's not liked by the community, and I'm not just saying that sometimes that's not warranted or that there's not heartfelt, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for that vote, which was 5-0, because I do think that it was good for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. That's the last card I have for verbal communications, so we'll move on to our first item of business this evening, which is our Veterans Memorial. And delivering our staff report is our town manager, Mr. Greg Larson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Besides the staff report that was in your agenda packet, there was also an addendum distributed last Friday and a desk item today. Those contain 3 additional public communications that had been received by the town regarding this item. And I am providing to council a copy of the PowerPoint slides that are on the screen for our audience, both here and at home. We are before the council tonight at the request of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation, and how appropriate it is on Election Day and a week before Veterans Day 2014. The Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation, as described in the staff report, is a voluntary 501c3 organization dedicated to remembering and supporting veterans and their families in Los Gatos. They first came before the council back on November 5th, 2012, with the request for the council to support creation of a Veterans Memorial at the Civic Center and a request for $20,000 in funding. The full council action is provided in your staff report, but in some, the council authorized the Veterans Foundation to develop and submit 2 to 4 proposals to council for future location and design of a Veterans Memorial. About 4 months after that, staff conducted a stakeholders meeting with various parties who use or are housed here at the Civic Center, and just talked about the upstairs deck and use of the pageant grounds and other facilities. More details on that stakeholder meeting are provided in your staff report, as well as from the Veterans Foundation. The council has taken action as recently as February of 2014. I did want to correct the March date on the slide, where the council adopted 2 strategic goals that are relevant to tonight's discussion. 1, to partner with the Veterans Committee to develop a Veterans Memorial in Los Gatos, and 2nd, to develop a plan to enhance the aesthetics and use of the Civic Center as a community resource. And as the council is aware, just 2 weeks ago, we worked with the museums of Los Gatos and the Friends of the Library to start the work on the old library project so that the museums and Friends can reopen in spring to join Music in the Park and Fiesta de Arts as ongoing programs that occur here besides town services and those provided by the Rec Department. So moving on to the foundation's proposal. They have provided an abundance of materials and have put in countless hours soliciting, reviewing, and refining artistic proposals for a Veterans Memorial. Their work has focused on primary use of the upper deck right above us. It was the centerpiece of their original proposal in 2012 and the centerpiece of the artist proposals that are before you tonight. They have also included use of the lawn, the Civic Center lawn, up to the flagpoles that exist right off Main Street. That was part of their original proposal in 2012 and are part of the preferred option tonight with the dual pathways leading from the flagpoles in Main Street up to the Civic Center deck. In terms of there's been two primary artistic variations. First has been what the Veterans Foundation will share with you is their preferred approach, which is to put trellises that I'll show shortly. The alternative artistic rendering was a symbolic tree coming into the center of the upper deck. They have looked at variations of statuary, including an eagle or single or multiple figures and combinations thereof, and up to a 20-foot tall symbolic flame. Some of the visualizations provided by the Vets Foundation include this site plan where you can see Main Street is basically across the civic lawn at the top of the chart. Pageant grounds would be at the bottom of the chart, the new library to the right, and Pageant Way to the left, with the museum in the top left, police in the bottom left, and the town attorney, town clerk, and town manager offices in the bottom right. You can see the trellises are configured around the existing fountain and in fact encompass the current seating arches and planter boxes that already exist around the fountain. A visualization of the trellis and the fountain area is provided here, looking back towards the pageant grounds. Again, all these graphics have been provided by the Veterans Foundation. Here is a depiction of the statuary and the symbolic flame that would be part of a mist fountain in the middle of the current fountain area with uplighting around the edges of the fountain. This is looking from Main Street, from the flagpoles and the dual pathways up to the upper deck, and then at night with lighting provided for the trees and along the pathways. And the Veterans Foundation is available to present as an applicant following my staff presentation with more information on their approach to this project. Staff has throughout the, even prior to the first council consideration of this, repeatedly suggested other possible locations for a Veterans Memorial, including pageant grounds, the bridge to pageant grounds, the raised platform on the upper deck, the corner of the upper deck that overlooks the lawn and rose garden. More recent idea coming from our community outreach coordinator is the lower space between the police administration offices and the museums, as well as what wasn't listed in the staff report, the corner of the Civic Center lawn by the museums and Pageant Way. Staff provided in the staff report, and it is the basis for staff recommendation, existing council direction regarding public art policy and procedures, given the extensive public art process that the Veterans Foundation has pursued in the last 2 years. The public art policy was adopted in 1992, modified in 2009, and requires the Arts and Culture Commission to review and recommend public art in the town. Specifically, the policy calls for a subcommittee to provide recommendations for that there be park commission and or community involvement as appropriate if it impacts parks or neighborhood groups, and specific criteria and conditions are provided in the policy. All final action is by the town council, and I should be clear, as noted in the staff report, that the town council has discretion to establish a separate process for a new town facility or town construction other than what's called for in this policy. In the end, the prior council action in 2012 called for the Veterans Memorial Foundation to return to the council with their 2 to 4 locations for council consideration, and that's why we're before you tonight, is in keeping with that prior direction. There are 2 other issues we wanted to address that are referenced at the end of the staff report. In terms of State Environmental Quality Act law, there will be some level of environmental review required for this memorial. What that is depends on the final scope and plans for the memorial. Staff currently anticipates it would involve some aesthetics review, including size and scale. It would likely require some review of lighting, particularly the uplighting, which might have potential biotic impacts. And then there may be other issues that arise, possibly traffic or even other policy issues like parking that will have to be addressed. In terms of fiscal impacts, given the Veterans Foundation request again for a waiver of town fees, From the beginning and initiation of this project, it's been assumed in discussions with the Veterans Foundation that private funding would be the primary source of funding for the creation and maintenance of the memorial. The town has not historically waived fees for development projects and may not be able to do so. Even for the library project, the old library renovation, this Creekside Sports Park, the town has followed the town's planning and land use regulations and paid for all fees thereof. There has not been a waiver of fees even for town projects. However, the council could allocate funds to cover some or all of those fees or to provide a grant if that's the direction of council. And that is typically done at the mid-year or annual budget process or through a grant-making process as exists with the Arts and Culture Commission and the Community and Senior Services Commission. There are a variety of actions possible for council. Staff recommendation is based on the existing council policy to refer public art to the Arts Commission with an additive recommendation that a response be provided by June to keep the project moving in a timely fashion. However, there are many other options available for council as detailed in the staff report, and these could be done in combination with the recommendation, as alternatives to the recommendation, or as combinations of multiple alternatives. And these range from convening another civic stakeholders session to review and respond to the Veterans Memorial Foundation proposal, to go ahead and initiate council-directed lease negotiations with the foundation, to waive the public art selection policy and procedure as provided for in that policy, to request again to the foundation that they provide additional location options for a veterans memorial, and or to direct staff to prepare budget modifications for future council consideration. That concludes staff report. We're available to answer any questions you may have. And in consultation with the mayor, we have communicated with the Veterans Foundation that they would be provided 10 minutes as the closest to an applicant for tonight's consideration of the Veterans Memorial Project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Questions for staff? Councilmember McNutt?
Thank you, Mayor. So with this many options in front of us, what I'm looking for, if it's possible, is a more specific lineup of the steps that would have to be taken between tonight's meeting and a final decision. And I understand what you're saying, that there's a lot of different options, but if you could just kind of run through when does the CEQA evaluation, when are there the community meetings, the public hearings for the greater community to weigh in? When does the departments do its evaluation of a specific proposal? Can you do any of that given the options?
Yes, I will try to summarize that now. First, there needs to be a decision made on location, and then kind of in parallel or slightly behind that, a decision on conceptual design. I believe the council has two options available for that, and one is to refer it to the Arts Commission as per the public art policy that the council readopted in 2009, or to waive that policy and to pursue an alternative process that would likely bring it straight back to the council, including your action tonight. The council could approve the proposal, the preferred option of the Veterans Memorial tonight as the project that would then go forward as an application to the land use process and be studied under CEQA. So there needs to first be a decision on the project location and the scope and scale of the project before the environmental and land use review can commence. The council has multiple options to go there. The Civic Center stakeholders session could be pursued either by the Arts Commission or its subcommittee, as specifically allowed in the public art policy, or it could be done by staff if the issue were to come back to council for your direct action. if you were to waive the policy. So that's kind of the first part of the process. Then once the council, as with the library, has a preferred design and location for the library, it would then go through our normal environmental and land use review process where the CEQA issues would be addressed. And then the result of that would go back to Planning Commission and then to council. The only alternative to all of that would be to first enter into a long-term lease negotiation discussion with the Veterans Memorial Foundation. And this is an idea that came out of our work with the Friends of the Library and the Museums of Los Gatos for their leasehold interest in the old library space. So the council could direct staff through closed session to enter in negotiations with the Veterans Foundation for a lease. Then the project that emerges from that, which in the lease and the project would have to be considered in public session, could then go through the environmental review process. Does that clarify a very complex situation?
It does very much so. At least it does for me. So thank you very much. And then just something that you said sparked another idea, because you were likening it to the library situation. Has staff thought about the advisability of having a council ad hoc committee kind of shepherd this project through all of those various steps, whatever they end up being?
That is always the prerogative of the council and was used very effectively with the new library project. It wasn't used with the old library project or the sports, well, it was used with the sports park as well. So I think there are, that's another tool to get to a decision point with the council.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
In terms of the number of recommendations, in the staff report, it indicates that that the consideration is for approving the construction of Veterans Foundation of Los Gatos' desired design for Tribute of Freedom Veterans Memorial at the Civic Center, and this would include the upper deck area as well as the walkway from the Main Street to Civic Center desk. It seemed like in none of the recommendations staff has then, as following on, talked to the issue of approving the construction. So my question is, for tonight's meeting, is it possible to do a consideration in a more general fashion of the council's sense to move forward with the project before we have all of the specifics, and then let the specifics work their way through by whatever means, on an ad hoc committee or the other individuals from the Arts Commission or the stakeholders to process that, but get to the idea of an approval to move forward with a project.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond to the council member, I think all of the staff's recommendations and the alternatives provided, as listed on the screen, provide movement forward on bringing a Veterans Memorial to the town of Los Gatos as directed by council as part of the strategic goals. It's basically moving forward in a variety of different ways, as was just explained. I did want to clarify, the subject of the item tonight is based on the council's prior direction that the Veterans Memorial Committee return to council, and this is their set of requests that are listed as the subject. Staff's recommendation to move forward down that path is provided in the recommendations section of the staff report, with alternatives as provided in the staff report and on the screen.
So if I might follow up. So in effect, by our moving through and agreeing with one or more of the staff recommendations, we would be, in effect, giving our own approbation to the project moving forward.
Subject to Arts Commission or environmental or subsequent council review and approval.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question probably for the town manager. I very often have a concern about policies, town policies that we don't know where they are and then they pop up. So with regard to this resolution 2009-103, the public art selection, I don't recall the council having that before it, I think in 2012, when the council agreed to have the veterans come back to us with a design. Am I wrong? Do I just not remember it? Or is it just in our packet today or for this meeting?
It was not part of the council packet in 2012. We provided that staff report as an attachment to this agenda item. The report in 2012 was transferring the request from the Veterans Foundation to consider a memorial here at the Civic Center. In hindsight, I wish we had included the arts policy at that time. In discussion with the community outreach coordinator, we had mentioned to the Veterans Foundation prior to 2012 that there was a public art process, and that public art process has been both exempted by the council for the new library project, and it has been invoked by the Arts Commission for the Cats in the Trees project, as it's affectionately called, when those cats were developed and reviewed by a subcommittee with the recommendation brought to council. So we have applied and waived the policy in the last 4 years.
Right now, yes, I too wish we would have had it before, but thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I'd like to call the applicants forward. In this case, it's the Veterans for Los Gatos, the representatives, to do your 10-minute presentation for us.
Good evening. I'm Major General retired Ken Hillhouse, here representing the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial Foundation, a volunteer organization. The 9-minute video presentation that you are about to see represents 13,600 hours of effort given by the Los Gatos Veterans Foundation Board. We are extremely lucky to have 4 very professional semifinalists, some of which were local. Rich Guidance, professional architect and artist from Los Gatos. Tony Lynott, a professional sculptor from Los Gatos. Jerry Smith, a professional artist and former state senator from Saratoga. The 101-page read-ahead that we forwarded last week, that you all have, discusses all but the top submittal. Tonight we are requesting the council approve both the site and the proposed memorial.
A nation reveals itself not only by the men it produces, but also by the men it honors, the men it remembers.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of gray, for purple mountains' majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea, from sea to shining sea.
In 2012, at the urging of former Mayor of Los Gatos, the Honorable Stephen Rice, a Veterans Foundation was created. 2 years ago, we presented our proposal to the Town Council.
If you go ahead and decide that the fountain area upstairs is your number one choice, I actually can visualize that really well. The front lawn, I am not too sure about.
As I look at this, I'm thinking probably the focus for me would be the deck up above us. And that to me is the most, it's a classic opportunity for you to create an educational as well as a very meditative kind of environment. And I think it's that combination that will work very nicely.
As much as I hate the thought of losing that wonderful dry fountain that dominates the deck, it does seem like a natural place. And I don't think I've done this entire year as mayor, but I'm going to take mayoral prerogative at this point. And I'm going to move that we authorize the foundation to develop and submit for council review and approval 2 to 4 proposals for the location and design of the Veterans Memorial at the Los Gatos Civic Center, incorporating the pageant grounds, Civic Center deck, and or the front lawn and the flagpoles. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and we look forward to seeing what you bring back in the very near future.
Thank you. Thank you.
We took the encouragement and guidance offered by town council members and stakeholders and targeted the town plaza for the focal point of our design.
We considered the criteria offered to us from the town council, the stakeholders, and potential donors in choosing the top design choice. After considerable deliberation and numerous renderings, the committee has selected what it feels best represents an ideal tribute to freedom: the Guardians of Liberty.
Artist Frank Koshin Morris proposes keeping the existing perimeter of the fountain in place and installing 4 arbors with planters and seating to provide greenery, coolness, and shade. The arbors are to be located where the existing seats currently reside on the plaza. The existing fountain perimeter will be faced with granite. A platform will be installed in the center of the existing fountain to serve as a base for the statuary. The arbors will be constructed using a low-maintenance, long-lasting material with an optional consideration for the installation of thermostatically controlled misters to help cool down those extra hot days. The focal point is a 9-foot bronze symbolic figure that represents all veterans who have served and sacrificed on behalf of the call to freedom. The Guardians of Liberty includes a 4.5-foot bald eagle, an iconic American symbol of great strength, majestic appearance, and freedom for all.
Today, the eternal flame sits in front of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Washington, D.C., where it serves as a symbol of honor and respect. Guardians of Liberty brings this great symbol to Los Gatos. An eternal flame spire provides the backdrop for the statuary. It is made of a brushed silver and reflective surface that is artificially lit. The veteran and the eagle are situated on a rubble pedestal. A low, optional mist fountain serves to provide additional cooling and aesthetic appeal.
It should be noted that the design is conceptual in nature and all aspects such as dimensions and other elements can be altered to meet the desired needs.
The artist intended the theme of Guardians of Liberty to be representative of a service member who renders one last salute to the site of deployment before departing for home. He has completed his purpose, his mission accomplished.
Additional elements of the design include a path containing dedicated bricks and pavers from Main Street to the Civic Center, signage that denotes the location of the Civic Center, ground and tree lighting for nighttime enhancement, and walls of recognition composed of etched granite slabs or bronze bas-reliefs with images depicting events important in Los Gatos' military history. These walls include a wall of recognition for veterans upon the town's executive office brick wall to the left of the plaza landing, a wall of recognition for donors at the police headquarters wall to the right of the plaza landing, a wall of recognition for first responders located at the police headquarters building pageant way entrance, and a wall of recognition for historical events in Los Gatos' military history located at the History and Cultural Center's Pageant Way entrance.
Los Gatos can rest assured that the memorial will be created with the professionalism it so deserves. The artist team consists of Frank Koshin Morris, responsible for the creativity, and professional estimator William Morris. Frank Morris is an artist whose art has been the recipient of first-place awards in many national contests. Morris is a nationally recognized artist of multiple mediums, in addition to having the notoriety of being a master designer for the U.S. Mint.
We've provided a list of his credentials in our report to the Town Council. The committee viewed the Guardians of Liberty as the top design for the following reasons. 1. The eagle and figurative statuary made the memorial recognizable as a tribute to freedom from a distance, not just to those viewing it from close at hand. 2, a tribute to those who have sacrificed for our country. The committee wanted a symbol that stirs strong gratitude in the hearts of viewers. And 3, it sends a message that Los Gatos is a place that honors freedom and those who have sacrificed for that freedom.
The committee also felt the design delivered a message of honor and respect to our veterans and first responders, while also improving the Civic Center space in a way that delivers the attributes desired by the town stakeholders as articulated on March 1, 2013.
The 4 walls of recognition are a salute to those who have contributed to this endeavor. And of great importance, the committee felt the design would inspire donors in the community to come forward. In short, this tribute uses a community space to celebrate a right of importance to all Americans, that of freedom. It provides a venue for celebrating patriotic holidays, and it enhances the Civic Center's appeal as a destination for visitors to frequent the downtown area.
Los Gatos is a sophisticated community with a small-town feel. The Guardians of Liberty includes the bald eagle, an iconic American symbol of great strength, majestic appearance, and freedom. This symbol, by association, brands the town's character with a patriotic theme of honor, respect, and gratitude for Americans' veterans.
2 years ago, the Town Council of Los Gatos requested that the team engage quickly. We filed and were granted our nonprofit request expeditiously. Soon thereafter, we lost no time in meeting with artists, and we met with stakeholders of the town within weeks of your go-ahead.
Over a 2-year period, we spent thousands of volunteer hours to bring you our proposal today. With your prompt approval, our team is prepared to begin immediate implementation of our donation campaign. The town's endorsement of this proposal will be the first step towards fulfilling the community's commitment to honor, respect, and send a message of gratitude to those who have so selflessly served and sacrificed to protect America's freedom.
This concludes the 10-minute portion of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member of council have questions for the presenters? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Whoever's answering. First of all, that was good. Thank you. Secondly, do you have any input on the town's use of a art selection process from the committee, this resolution?
We did have the members of the art committee, art council, attend our initial meetings. At some point, it was stated that we were on the right track, and at that point they broke off, and have sent them, kept them updated with regards to emails on our project, but any kind of valuable input we would appreciate. We think that we have some momentum right now. We feel that in order to get the money that we need to put this thing up, we've tested the community through our marketing efforts and gotten a major thumbs up with regards to this particular presentation. And if we don't get approval on the project, we're going to get slowed down, and it's going to take away from our ability to earn money to get this thing moving. So that would be my initial thought on it.
Well, then let me follow up, because what I first thought I heard you say was that you would appreciate the input But then I hear you say, I think I hear you saying you don't want to be delayed. This resolution has a process for public art selection. Is it something that your group is comfortable with, or do you think it's going to be a problem for you?
I think it's going to be a problem for us.
Because of the delay?
Because of the delay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hillhouse. We will call the public forward, beginning with Francis Harvey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at tonight's meeting. I am Dr. Fran Harvey, and I'm proud to say I've been a proud resident of Los Gatos for almost 30 years. From 2004 to 2007, I was the 19th Secretary of the United States Army. This evening, I would like to talk to you about why veterans memorials, like the one being proposed for Los Gatos, are important. In a few words, they are important because these memorials permanently recognize and honor what the members of the military do to provide for the peace and freedom of our country through their selfless service. The key words here are selfless service. And to give meaning to those words, I would like to spend a few minutes describing the heroic actions of a soldier named Tibor Rubin, who fought in the Korean War and was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor when I was the Secretary. Tibor Rubin was born in Hungary in 1929. At the age of 13, he was transported to the Mauthausen concentration camp in Austria and was liberated 2 years later by American soldiers. Both his parents and two of his sisters perished in the Holocaust. He immigrated to the United States in 1948 and enlisted in the United States Army in 1950. The key part of his Medal of Honor citation reads as follows. In October of 1950, Chinese forces attacked his unit in Ulsan, North Korea, during a massive nighttime assault. That night and throughout the next day, Corporal Rubin manned a .30 caliber machine gun at the south end of the unit's line after 3 previous gunners became casualties. His determined stance slowed the pace of the enemy advance, permitting the remnants of his unit to retreat southward. As the battle raged, Corporal Rubin was severely wounded and was captured by the Chinese. Choosing to remain in the prison camp despite offers by the Chinese to return him to his native Hungary, Corporal Rubin disregarded his own personal safety and immediately began sneaking out of the camp at night in search of food for his comrades, breaking into enemy stores and gardens. He risked certain torture of death if caught. Corporal Rubin provided not only food for the starving soldiers, but also desperately needed medical care and moral support for the sick and wounded of the POW camp. His brave, selfless efforts were directly responsible for saving the lives of as many as 40 of his fellow prisoners. Corporal Rubin's gallant actions in close contact with the enemy and unyielding courage and bravery while a prisoner of war are in the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself and the United States Army. And that is the end of the citation. To me, Tibor Rubin's heroic actions is what selfless service is all about. And veterans memorials like the one being proposed for Los Gatos serve as a lasting tribute to the selfless service of our veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Next speaker is Mike Frangadakis.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, fellow supporters. My name is Mike Frangadakis, and I am the president and founder of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial Support Foundation. I also am a Vietnam veteran. I served in Vietnam in 1969, 68. Right after Tet, it's where I got my soft spot for what veterans do, what the military does. I am now going on 11 years as I re-enlisted in the California State Military Reserve. a component of the National Guard where I am currently stationed at the San Jose Armory. I might mention that if there was ever a time that the National Guard was called to help Los Gatos residents for an emergency, it would be my unit that would be called from the San Jose that would respond. I have lived and worked in Los Gatos since 1978, and 2 years ago I approached the Los Gatos Town Council and reminded them that they are the only major municipality in Santa Clara County without a tribute to its veterans. They agreed and asked me to form a committee to change that issue, which, with the help of the Los Gatos Weekly and the Los Gatos Patch, people responded to my request to form the Los Gatos Memorial Support Foundation. I want to publicly thank those folks who have joined me on the board, including our advisors, Jim Free and Secretary Fran Harvey. I want to say thank you to the Town Council, who have been supporting Operation Yellow Ribbon for 10 years and allowing us to beautify the plaza with our memorial. Thanks to the Los Gatos Rotary, Kiwanians, Lions, also thanks to our fellow veteran memorials in Campbell and Cupertino. With their assistance, it's been invaluable. We would not be standing before you this evening if it wasn't for their inspiration and guidance. A special thank you, also I want to thank our stakeholders, of which we have been in contact. By the way, the stakeholders have been receiving all of our emails and have a total invitation to come to our meetings at any time. Just a special thank you for two very special women in my life. First and foremost, my wife Liz, for 34 years, who has always encouraged my soft spot to support veterans while supporting my military career. And second, Ellen Manzo, who has gone far beyond the call of duty to inspire that our committee is held to the highest standards, charging forward, and is successful on all fronts. Thanks to everyone who came and to support us, and thank you for everything that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the applause up here, but if you can hold your applause to the very end of the public hearing, that way we can move through the speaker cards more quickly and give everybody a chance to speak this evening. Next speaker is Barbara Nadip. Did I get it right? N-A-D-E. Nadine.
Naden.
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 Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the audience. My name is Barbara Naden. I live on Jacaranda Way in Los Gatos, and I'm also a member of the Los Gatos Veterans Foundation Committee. I've lived in Los Gatos for 23 years. My children graduated from Blossom Hill Elementary School, Fisher Middle School, and Los Gatos High School. I love this town and am grateful for the serenity, beauty, and peace that it offers. I enjoyed a 30-year career in engineering, managing the development of computer software and hardware systems. I feel privileged that there were friends, neighbors, and strangers that served in our military, promoting peace and protecting our freedom. They served our country for months and years, sometimes under extreme conditions, allowing me to focus on my job of developing computer systems. During my career, I worked at several startup companies, creating something from nothing. One lesson I learned is that there is no substitute for enthusiasm, talent, and momentum for delivering a great product in a timely manner. Right now, we have an enthusiastic team with both breadth and depth of talent that has already volunteered many thousands of hours of their time to this project. We are ready to fundraise and build a world-class memorial. Let's keep the momentum going by voting yes on the proposal made by the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Griffin, followed by Stacy Hall.
Good evening, Mayor and honored council. I'm Tom Griffin. I'm a veteran. I'm not particularly politically correct. I have no place for that. I was an infantry officer for 40 years, and it didn't work when you were PC. Too many people got hurt. As I served, I went to war 3 times. I was shot and stabbed by the enemy. I had a wife and 4 children, and I lost that family because of my service and the wounds. Who would not support a Veterans Memorial in Los Gatos? Let me tell you that of all those who served and fought for this country, state, and your city, the veterans hate war the most. You have Los Gatos veterans who served and fought in World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and the current wars. Did you know that since 9/11, there are 78 from Los Gatos that have served, and they're still serving in the present wars? And you know something? These are Los Gatos kids, and they're all our kids who went to Los Gatos High School just a few years ago and are now on the front lines, fighting for your safety and your freedoms. And this memorial is for them as well. They need a place to come, have solitude, and remember, and to be remembered. You know, even that social Babylon of the West, San Francisco, has numerous veterans memorial sites. Look at Union Square. Huge veterans memorial. If those few who went and fought for your lives and freedoms had not done so, you would all be speaking German, Russian, Chinese, and soon Farsi. You know, this ISIS crew is truly bad, and they need to be stopped. And your kids are out there doing that. Does Los Gatos want to be known as one of the few cities in America that does not remember or honor its veterans? I don't think so. Do the right thing. Get this Veterans Memorial built, and remember that while we always say that our kids are our future, they would not have a future nor a present without the veterans. Our veterans are a national treasure, and they need to be cherished. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Next speaker is Stacy Hall, followed by John Lochner.
Hello. My name is Stacy Hall. I'm a resident here in Los Gatos. I live and work here for the past 30 years. I should say that, of course, I do support the building of this Veterans Memorial. I would like to see it, the town council streamline it, fast track it, do what's needed and what's necessary to move it forward as quickly as possible. I can find no reason whatsoever for any opposition to the building of the Veterans Memorial. I think that as a community that we should acknowledge and thank our veterans with this process, with the building of this memorial. I can say that I come from a long line of veterans from Pearl Harbor, the Korean War, and the most recent wars, both Iraq and Afghanistan. My son served 5 tours of duty in the 175th Airborne Ranger Regiment, and I personally spent 1,825 days wondering if I would ever see him again, just one more time. Fortunately, I have witnessed his journey home with many challenges and through bureaucracies and this is very frustrating, and I think that we need to acknowledge everyone, every person, every man and woman that went over there, and to make it easier for everyone, and so they can see it quicker, feel it quicker, and know that we do acknowledge them. I would recommend that the town approve this Veterans Memorial, and I would also like to point out that it is truly the reason that we are all here and afforded the freedom that we have tonight to have this conversation, and it is only because of the brave men and women who have gone and fought before us and have died for it, and I hope that you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Lochner, followed by Suzette Austin.
Mr. Mayor, member of the council. My name is John Lochner. I live at 150 Creffield Heights. right here in Los Gatos. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the history of memorials in Los Gatos. Honoring veterans is not something new to the residents of Los Gatos. Past history shows the involvement of many of its citizens in conflicts dating back to the Civil War. In fact, the Grand Army of the Republic, Post 82, was established in Los Gatos in 1885, named after General Edward Ord. In 1897, W.C. Shore donated land that became the nucleus of the first park to be built in Los Gatos. It was dedicated in June 17, 1897, the 122nd anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill in the American Revolution. As reported in the weekly news, Los Gatos has never seen such a big event. 2 trains from San Francisco came with over 2,000 people to the Gem City for the day. Some earth from Bunker Hill had been brought and sprinkled on the ground. After World War I, the park was enlarged and renamed Memorial Park. In 1954, the state took the land for the construction of Highway 17, leaving only a small portion that is presently a town parking lot on Park Avenue. After World War II, in 1949, the American Legion Post constructed a war memorial building at 123 East Main Street, directly across from the Civic Center. In 1954, the town purchased the building and relocated the Carnegie Library to the site, renaming it the Carnegie Memorial Library. It remained a library until it was taken over by the Los Gatos-Saratoga Recreation Department. Recently, Jim Sugai, who is in the audience, discovered a concrete plaque buried under an oak tree in memory of the Grand Army of the Republic. It was removed and placed in storage until a new Veterans Memorial is constructed. It will be given a place of honor for those early veterans dating back to the Civil War. I visited the Los Gatos Memorial Park and Los Gatos Almaden Road recently and viewed the section reserved for the Grand Army of the Republic veterans. An appropriate monument was installed there in their memory. In another section of the cemetery is a memorial to the World War II veterans with 5 flags depicting the 5 branches of service. The latest section is an area dedicated to veterans since the Korean War and includes service and family members who served their country since World War II. Los Gatons have participated in every military conflict throughout its history, and they've been honored for their service to our great country, many of them giving their lives for our freedom. At the present time, we know that there are at least 77 members of our community on active duty. It is only appropriate that we honor and recognize those who have served before us and those presently representing us in the military, that we build this Veterans Memorial to liberty and freedom in their honor. I urge you to approve the location at the Civic Center and the conceptual drawings as presented, and allow the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation to proceed and complete this project during the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. Suzette Austin, followed by Jim Free.
Mr. Mayor and Town Council, my name is Suzette Austin. My son, Ryan O'Reilly, was born in Los Gatos, grew up in Los Gatos, and attended local schools. In 2001, the day he graduated from Santa Clara University, he was commissioned in the Army. Since then, he has served in Iraq, Korea, two tours of Afghanistan, as well as at the Pentagon, on Capitol Hill as Barbara Boxer's military affairs advisor, and in Europe, representing NATO. Major O'Reilly departed on his most recent assignment to Afghanistan this past April on his 35th birthday, and less than 2 weeks after his wedding day. He still considers Los Gatos his home, and he and his new bride will be home for Thanksgiving. Ryan would love to see a memorial of his service and the service of other veterans in his hometown.
Thank you. Jim Free, followed by John Bond.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you a couple minutes about what you're considering at this point. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening about what you're considering, and I need another hand. Okay, how's that? All right. Do I get a little extra time? I had the privilege of spending a little time with your committee over the last couple of years, and I continue to be impressed with the intelligence and the commitment of this group. It was about 8 years ago that at that time, Mayor Dan Furtado in the city of Campbell called me up and asked me if I would be interested in helping to build a new Veterans Memorial in the city of Campbell. We talked about it at some length, and then he asked me if I'd like to head up the effort, and I kind of took a deep breath, and I said, Mr. Mayor, I'll do what I can and contribute what I can. So it was in January of 2007, we formed a committee. About 10 months later, we became a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. And in that interim period of time, we had a real groundswell of support from Campbell and the surrounding communities, including Los Gatos. It became very apparent, and it was very truly encouraging to all of us. Sometime in the last couple of years, I've gotten involved in the brick ordering process, which is part of what we do to raise money for our foundation to help veterans as we can and to build a memorial. And I've had the opportunity to speak with probably 200 to 300 people that have purchased bricks. And I'm going to tell you one little story about a gal named Shirley Stevenson, 96 years young, that I met about a month ago. She called me up one afternoon and she says, I want to buy, very humbly, I would like to purchase a brick for my husband, my late husband, who passed away. He was a World War II vet, and he was very involved in the community. So we talked a little while longer, and we formulated some wording that she would appreciate on that brick, and we installed it. About a week later, well, her son and her daughter came down, and we had a little family reunion over at the memorial, and I took them up and I showed them where that brick was, and they really became very emotional, as did I. So it all started from there. We took a brick, they had their feet around the brick, we took a photo of their feet around the brick and so on, and it was really quite a poignant moment. So I went on from there. They now have, in the last month, established a full wing in the Atria Senior Living Center that's dedicated to veterans that have served, that have been in wars going back from World War II, Korea, and so on. Mr. Mayor, the point is this. There is a story that has to be told, and this is a story that has to be told. For I think that in a very real way, that we're all in this together. The town of Los Gatos, as you've noted, has a long and distinguished history of military service to this country, and that story needs to be told also. I hope that you can see your way clear to approve this memorial and in part to help facilitate that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, John Bond, followed by Duino Giordano.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council members, my name is Dr. John Bond, and I stand before you this evening, first as a retired Navy captain, but just as importantly as a retired Los Gatos businessman, Los Gatos Lions member, and longtime advocate of what Los Gatos is and what Los Gatos represents. And I stand today in favor of this issue that is before you. We are very fortunate here in Los Gatos, in the foothills of the Santa Cruz Mountains, in the great state of California, in our great and wonderful country, the United States of America, to enjoy all the benefits that are bestowed upon us by our heritage. Whether our ancestry goes back generations, or we are newly arrived citizens of our country, it does us well to remember that what we enjoy here was in many ways paid for in the blood, sweat, and yes, tears by those who came before us. We are a free people in a free society that encourages such discourse as we are witnessing here tonight. One of the time-worn mottos of a free people is that freedom is not free. Nobody has paid the price of freedom more than our past veterans of the armed forces and merchant marines, or are paying more currently than those serving in the armed forces today, nor are those likely to be called upon in the future to pay even more for future generations of soldiers, sailors, and airmen. It is for these reasons that I feel strongly that it would serve Los Gatos well, nestled between our new library, the police headquarters, the up-and-coming Los Gatos Museum, just above us, to erect a monument to our past, current, and future veterans. A place to quietly reflect and remember those who helped in the past to make it all possible. A place to give thanks for those currently serving. A place to educate our youth and future generations of their heritage, as well as what they too may be called upon to sacrifice in the future to pass on the gift of freedom. I strongly urge the Los Gatos Town Council to both support and assist the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation in their mission of joining other communities in the area, our state, our country, in paying tribute to our past, current, and future veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Dueno Giordano, followed by George Hall.
Mayor, Honorable Council, thank you for giving me an opportunity to address you this evening regarding this very important item in my life, and to see that our veterans are recognized by a memorial in the town that I was born and raised in, been here my entire life, and currently living on Fairview Avenue. I also want to bring your attention, if you notice this slide, that we planned on honoring our first responders. Our first responders are the ones that since 9/11 have taken over a great deal of responsibility for the security within our borders, and many have lost their lives doing that. And so by approving what we have brought to you tonight and asking for your consideration to let us build our memorial, we will also honor those that are providing the services that allow us to be here free and safe tonight. Some of them are here tonight. Some of them I served with here at the town of Los Gatos for over 34 years are not here tonight. So I want to thank you.
Thank you. George Hall, followed by Don Callahan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. I also would like to give thanks to your service. It's greatly appreciated. I am a board member of the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation of Los Gatos. I was drafted in 1965. A minor physical abnormality classified me as 1Y instead of 1A. So I watched my friends leave for duty. Most of them came back after surviving jungle rot, suicide bombers, Agent Orange, and the like. They came home to be scorned, humiliated, and belittled. I was appalled by the reception that was given to my friends, my brothers, when they returned. It wasn't their fault But they bore the brunt of the wrath of a very unpopular war. So I felt compelled to do what I could do to right the wrongs in my community. To top it all off, my son, Ryan, became weary of college life, decided to join the Army, became a airborne Army Ranger, served many tours, one in Iraq and 4 or 5 in Afghanistan. And you need to know that those who experience combat are never the same. They're changed forever. They deserve to know that we care. We owe them respect that they so courageously deserve. A reflecting pond, perhaps an etched rock, generally serves as an obstacle that we must walk around to get to the destination that we seek. It does not do justice to honor those who have answered the call. And this goes through the ages to protect and preserve the freedoms that we enjoy today. This memorial not only fulfills our obligation as a community to honor our neighbors, friends, and family members who have sacrificed so much, but also provides a welcoming place for a quiet reflecting, meeting friends, and even community gatherings. Our veterans deserve this memorial. Please, tonight, vote yes to confirm not only this location, but this concept for the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial so that we may forge ahead. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Callahan, followed by Michael Silva.
Mr. Mayor, honored members of the Town Council of Los Gatos, members of the staff, and members of the audience. Appreciate being here, being able to say a few words. My name is Don Callahan. I've lived in Los Gatos for 74 years. We moved to Los Gatos in 1940. I was here when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. I spent many times in the town of Los Gatos watching the soldiers coming from San Francisco in trucks and heading down towards Fort Ord. They bivouacked behind what is now Double D Restaurant and that area in there, which was camps for the cannery when the cannery was here. It's my understanding that the town council is very much in favor of having a memorial, but there have been words going around that maybe the size would be too large. I want to bring your attention to the fact that I have given, and I don't know if you've received them, copies of the pictures of memorials throughout the United States. But those memorials are great in size, and I want you to read the red part and the notes that following the words that used to define imposing. Seems to be a word that is going around that the town council may be a little bit hesitant about. As you know, as you can see, most of all, the memorials are of great size, strength, and dignity, magnificent and impressive because of appearance, size, stateliness, and dignity. Those that have been already constructed in the United States. Very imposing, to say the least. But is there any doubt in your mind that the monument builders wanted them to be imposing, with all the words that define imposing, and to demonstrate that thankfulness for the services and sacrifices of the men and women who molded into those monuments? Finally, the graveyards around the world are full of monuments. We all call them tombstones or headstones. Our relatives, friends have been dear to us and were left behind. Granted, most of them are small in size, but most of them are for one or maybe two persons. What size then should we show for the love and respect and gratitude for the sacrifices of hundreds of both living and dead servicemen and first responders? I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker, Michael Silva, followed by Patty Miko.
Well, this microphone fits me pretty good, but it doesn't fit everybody else. Thank you for listening to us, council members, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. My name is Michael Silva. I lived in town since 1969. I moved here when I got out of the Marine Corps. I'm a vet from Vietnam. I was asked to read this letter from Clyde R. Horn, PhD, and with your permission, I'll do so. It's dated November 3rd, 2014. Dear Mayor, Council, officials, and community, I am Dr. Clyde Horn. My wife has owned and operated the 7-Eleven store on North Santa Cruz Avenue in Los Gatos for 39 years. I'm a combat veteran of Vietnam War 1967 through 68. I'm the recipient of the Purple Heart, Combat Infantry Badge, and Army Commendation Medal. I am proud of Los Gatos, its beauty and community focus. I am the past president of the Los Gatos Kiwanis Club, an original member of the Veterans Memorial Foundation of Los Gatos, and a 100% disabled veteran. I have experienced war firsthand as a young man. I experienced all the trauma of war, spending a year in combat, never knowing day to day whether I would live or die. I saw fellow soldiers die in my presence, having 2 occasions where soldiers who died next to me fell into my arms, looking at me with unclosed eyes. In my book, Veteran Guilt in Pictures and Words, I write, I am the one who lived. I am the one who held my dying buddy, looking into his eyes and never closed. I am the one who dreams of his death. I am the one who wonders if I could have done anything differently to save him. I am the one who carries the shame and guilt of it all. I am the one who doesn't hear the words, "It wasn't your fault." Yes, I am the one. In past conflicts, veterans did not talk of war, of their pain, of their grief, or of their guilt. Even today, it's difficult. It's time for this town to become a voice to veterans, to soldiers, to first responders, to the heroes of our freedom. It is now time for our town to acknowledge our heritage of freedom, the sacrifices of the generations of men and women who have stood up for the greatest nation on earth, America. Los Gatos needs a world-class Veterans Memorial, a place of solace, of healing, of remembrance, of pride, of history, education, and recognition, a place that screams, we love our freedom and those who put their lives to sustain it. We cannot wait. We need a yes vote tonight to move forward to build a memorial that will make the town proud, educate the community, unite the ideals of history, art, honor, and truth in a celebration of this town's history that dates back to the Civil War. Delays to make this decision hurts our town. It delays fundraising for the project. It demeans 2 years' work of the foundation, and it sends a message of complacency. Vote yes. Thank you. And I want to thank you, too, for indulging us as the timer goes off, and you have so graciously, because this is an emotional thing, as you well know. And I'd just like to add one thing to that, if I can steal just a minute. I just traveled 6,200 miles across this country. My furthest destination was Clarksdale, Mississippi, which happens to be the home of the blues, and where Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil so he could be the best blues player that ever played. Phenomenal place. And walking around that little town is veterans memorials. It dates all the way back to World War I. And it's right there in a little park area. And at other places that I stopped across the country, they all had them. We should have one too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Patty Miko, followed by Ryan Hall.
Mayor, Council, thank you for listening. And it's an honor to be here and for you to hear my opinion. Unlike everyone else that seems to have come up, I'm new. I'm an immigrant from Willow Glen. I've only been here for about a year. But I do know that I think it's so important to have this memorial here. I'd love to see the veterans represented. Since the beginning of time, there's been war. Just in my lifetime, I've known people who've served in World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. the war in Iraq and all that's going on over in Syria. Not only do these brave people deserve to be remembered for their contributions, but they've put their lives on the line. Also, the public needs to be reminded, and often, that they are now and always will be in danger, but that we can count on the protection of our military people, and that's what I feel that this memorial would depict. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Hall, followed by Tim DeClue.
Evening, Mayor, council members. There's not much more I can really say. Everyone else has said most of everything. To me, though, it's one thing that'd be really nice is I've lived my entire life here. Met my wife. She's living with me now here. She's from France. She loves this town. And I have traveled around the world. Places that I can't say, things I've done that I'm not happy for, and things that, you know what, my decision I'll never regret. But coming home to this town, and it's a secluded little area, it's a nice vacation. It's a place where I know I don't have to worry about somebody opening my door. I don't have to worry about something bad happening to me because I feel safe. Having a Veterans Memorial here that later on when I have kids I can go and show my town honors what I've done, honors my brothers, the people that have died around me. To me, that would be a great thing, and the fact that it's being held off so long is sad. In my opinion, it feels almost un-American that it has to be sitting here waiting for somebody to say yes. So please, push it through. Don't hold off on it. Show our brothers that have given everything so we can have something to live for and come home to a safe and happy place. Please push it through. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim DeClue, followed by Rick Laurie.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, I'm really pleased to be here. If you'll excuse me, I've only been here 5 years this December. I've tried to make a difference in the community because I love the people, I love the surroundings, and especially being in the Lions Club. I joined the Lions Club 4 years ago, and since 18 months ago, I've been the speaker chairman, and I'm on a constant search for members to speak from the audience, delegates. I've had past mayor and the present mayor speak, and it's been an honor to meet them individually, and it's meant a great deal in my life. Part of my duties as the chairman of the Speakers Bureau is to pick members such as Gil Decker, Assistant Secretary of the Army, and other important people like John Lochner, who I respect a great deal as a loyal ex-mayor of this town and a total dedicated human being. I spent 6 years in the Marine Reserve myself. I was drafted in '63. I opted to join the Marine Corps, and today I'm currently looking for all types of veterans to speak to my club in appreciation for what they do. I had Willie Buell, who is a 1980 graduate of Los Gatos High School, as a guest speaker. He was graduated in 1980. He was a friend of one of our Lions. They recommended him because he is the commander of the Wounded Warriors Project out of Norfolk, Virginia. He was on his way to speak to the Palo Alto Veterans Hospital to reinforce the Marines coming back with wounds and injuries that are just tragic. His last words to me as he spoke, "Look after your veterans to your highest abilities." Let's all remember these words for people who have served and approve this addendum tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Lohr, followed by B.J. Tucker.
Council members, Mr. Mayor, and distinguished guest, I was appointed in 2012 as a representative from the Los Gatos Lions Club. And as our members, 100 plus strong, I would like to urge you to make a speedy and approval of this memorial for the town of Los Gatos. It will be a beautiful thing, and you will all be proud in the future. That way we can go forward and raise the money so you don't have to, and build this thing. It'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. B.J. Tucker, followed by Dick Scott.
Good morning, or good evening, Mayor, Council, and all the attendees here. I am the treasurer of the foundation and have been with them since May 2012. My Charlie and I have lived 33 of our 37 years of marriage in the Los Gatos area. And every day I thank God that I was born in the United States of America. This memorial, it's a wonderful way to recognize those who have served, fought, suffered, and even died for our country, our way of life, and for the freedom of every individual in this room and in our community. This memorial will be a teaching tool for today's youth. We are humbled by the tremendous courage shown by the men and women that serve this country today and throughout history. This memorial will be a symbol of our heartfelt gratitude to those who have given such a great sacrifice. This memorial will give our community a place to relax and contemplate the freedoms that this great country provides us. It will be a place to remember our loved ones that have served. It will be a place to memorialize those we have loved and lost in the fight to maintain our freedom and independence. This memorial will have a difference and a special meaning to each one of us. Most important of all, it will be a reminder of our appreciation that every soldier should not just hear, but feel. Thank you for your patriotism and your commitment to the men and women of our armed forces, both past and present. And may their service never be taken for granted nor forgotten. And we pray that you choose the Civic Center as our first choice and our primary design as your choice also. Thank you.
Thank you. Dick Scott, followed by Jeffrey Janoff.
So Dick Scott, Los Gatos resident. Mr. Mayor, Council Manager Larson, fellow veterans, staff, and the foundation that is proposing the memorial. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my and my family's support of the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation. I had the distinct honor of being able to serve my country in the U.S. Army. I am grateful to my fellow veterans who paid a higher price for our current freedoms that we enjoy. Regarding the proposed location and design, I support both. Regarding the location, I think it's perfect. It's what we call in the military front and center. This is a military term. We ask our soldiers to stand front and center, proudly representing America in peace and war. Our veterans deserve similar prominence in our community. It's also on the high ground, another military term. Appropriate. Regarding the design, I find it tasteful, nuanced, patriotic, enduring, and timeless. And it seems to have something for most of the Los Gatos constituencies. We see the symbols for the patriots and their families. We see seating, shading, and maybe even some HVAC with the sprinkler system. We see solitude in the single soldier, looking forward to come home, and the potential reflection that he and his loved ones can enjoy. We see art. The symbols are mixed appropriately and elegantly, in my opinion. And art is something for all of the people of Los Gatos. regarding the size, I find the size proportionate to the sacrifices that our soldiers have made now and in the future. I'd like you to think Washington Monument and its size. I find it's got green features and historical features. It takes me to, I was at the barber shop the other day, waiting for my line waiting for my turn in line, and I picked up a magazine. I'm not sure if it was Money Magazine or Yankee Magazine, but it was one of those general magazines, and I was reading the best towns in America, and unfortunately Los Gatos was not in this edition, but it seemed that the finalists in all of the cases had themes of patriotism and art, and so I'd urge you to consider those two factors. And then finally, regarding the process, I think the foundation is asking for conceptual buy-in. I know that the council and the staff will be thoughtful in the refinement of the details, but that's all they're asking for. So I would urge you in this situation to skip the red tape and to try to move it forward. And when we brought up the term lease, that seems a little bit tentative and temporary for the service and the sacrifice that our men and women have given this country. So I would nix the whole concept of a lease, and I think we need to go for the equivalent of fee simple. And that's all I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeff Janoff, followed by David Stonecipher.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Janoff. I'm the current president of the Museums of Los Gatos. And first I want to say that just having sat here over this long period of time and listening to all the stories of the veterans, it's really moving to listen to them. And I really would encourage you all and invite you to the History Museum, talk to the history curator about your stories, and so that we can make that part of our History Museum, because I think it's a story that should really be told. Obviously, we're going to be a major tenant of the deck, Civic Center deck, in maybe 6 months from now, hopefully. And so we are concerned with what is on the deck right outside of our front door to the museum. But we do support strongly the building of a Veterans Memorial somewhere in Los Gatos, but not necessarily on the deck because of the size and stature of the exhibit, of the monument. We feel that the deck is an area that is not really conducive to solitude and quiet reflection. I've heard a few different speakers talk about quiet reflection and solitude, and I think those are important things that a monument should be allowed to put forth. But in this location, you have children, skateboarders, you have music in the park, people flooding to that area. I don't think, and the museum's board has discussed this, and we don't think that this is really an area that is conducive to that kind of quiet reflection. Also, as a practical matter, the museum will have banners on the outside of the museum trying to entice people to come to the museum, and it would be, we believe, potentially confusing for them to have this major veterans monument right outside of our front door. There is also part of what we want to do are potential art installations in that area on a rotating basis. There will be functions at the museum which will flood out onto the deck area. All of these uses will be contrary to having a monument of this size on the deck. So it's for that reason that we do support the monument, but we also support the staff recommendation to proceed in a different direction and potentially something of a smaller stature in an area where quiet reflection is more possible. Thank you.
Thank you. David Stonecipher, followed by Gil Decker.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, thank you for hearing me. I understand that the staff has recommended that this project be referred to the Town Council to, to refer this project to the Arts Commission. I'm a member of the current Arts and Culture Commission. I can't speak for the whole commission, but I can for myself. I don't think there's any objection in this room or in this whole town to a project like this or of its size or even bigger. But as a work of art, public art, its design and its location needs a little bit more consideration. The Arts Council is very willing to act in a very timely manner to study this in great depth and return some results back to you, Town Council. Please do not make that decision this evening based on an art project. Not on whether or not we need it, but the way it is being proposed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Gil Decker, followed by Barney Devadage.
Thank you, Council. I'm Gil Decker. I live at 45 Glen Ridge Avenue. I've been there for a number of years with my lovely wife. My father was an Army officer for 20 years, fought in Europe in World War II. I've got a grandson who's serving proudly in the Coast Guard. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I was on active duty in the Army for 7 years as a U.S. Army helicopter pilot, followed by 23 years in the U.S. Army Reserve. And obviously, I have a bias toward thanking the men and women of our military, both active duty and veterans. I've heard some comments that a Veterans Memorial might glorify war. Not at all. It glorifies our nation and its freedoms. I would like to remind all, you know this already, the U.S. military does not make the decision to go to war or active combat. Only the Congress can declare war, and that's political, and only the President can deploy the troops by order. He is the commander-in-chief. And when he does, the military has to respond. I would also like to point out that our U.S. military and its veterans are involved in as many humanitarian endeavors as in active combat. During my 7 years as an officer in the U.S. Army, I was assigned to the Republic of Korea for 15 months. This was after the Korean War, and I was there in 61 and 62. I was a company commander with about 200 soldiers in my unit, plus a platoon of Korean soldiers. Our troops, U.S. and Korean, were well trained and ready to defend should the ROK again be attacked. Now, in 61 and 62, the ROK was a very poor nation, almost all agrarian, very little industry. Their relations with Japan were bitter due to the way the Japanese took over Korea prior to and during World War II. That all changed when Park Chung-hee took over the ROK and insisted on reestablishing relations with Japan. That began the modernization of the Republic of Korea. During that austere period of 1961-62, our U.S. soldiers sponsored many humanitarian endeavors. My U.S. Army company sponsored 2 Korean children orphanages. Our soldiers would take off duty time to go to these orphanages, take food and gifts, give money to the orphanage leaders, and play with the kids. Hardly a warfare endeavor, but a loving endeavor that helped cement U.S. relations with Korea. Now let's look at a current possible deadly situation in Africa, namely the Ebola epidemic. U.S. Army soldiers are being deployed there to assist the medics as well as to assist in maintaining order. They performed and are performing incredibly well in the face of a deadly killer disease. But when they are called upon by the President and nation to execute combat operations, they perform magnificently to protect our nation and its freedoms. Later in my career, I had the honor of being selected as Assistant Secretary of the Army in the first Clinton administration. It was a labor of love, and I can assure you that our soldiers were as high quality and dedicated as ever. There is no reason to screw around in red tape. You've got the information. You can approve this tonight, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Barney Devadage. I'm sorry about that. You'll have to tell me the right way.
Davidge.
Davidge,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And also, there's a lot of
people I've known from being in Rotary for quite a few years, but I'm no longer in Rotary. I'm now with the museum. So I sort of represent the new Museum of Los Gatos. And everybody, I'm supposed to talk this way. Everybody talks about the veterans, and I'm not a veteran. But my brother was Vietnam. My father was in D-Day Tank Corps with Patton. My grandfather migrated to Canada because the U.S. did not get into World War I soon enough, so he went to Canada and joined up and was injured in France. And my nephew was Special Forces in Afghanistan and Iraq, and he's now a major at 32. So there's more. And in my family, I'm the only one that doesn't carry a badge. So we have the police and the firemen all around me, so I come with that background. But I do believe in doing research on memorials, it's a place to reflect. And most memorials I found doing my research are in parks. And I feel with the new museum coming in, that plaza will not be a place to reflect. It's going to be a very active plaza, and hopefully we'll get, be a very active plaza. I think we need to take care of this center. It was awarded a 1967 honor award, and one of the judges for hiring the architect was Charles Moore, a real famous architect, and so we have an architectural integrity to take care of this civic center. So I think this process is premature for such a prominent display and a signature structure representing all of our community. So I wish you would think about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bob Whitaker, followed by Kevin Johnson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Bob Whitaker. I'm a retired Navy Chief Petty Officer, served 27 years defending the flag of this nation. I'm reading these remarks. I'm also a co-founder of this memorial project. I'm reading an article from Chris Wiley of University Avenue in Los Gatos. Writing from my duty station in Denver, Colorado, while in training for deployment. Good evening. I am out of town at this time and recently found out that tonight you will be presenting the proposed Los Gatos Veterans Memorial to be located where the old fountain was in the town's offices. I am excited to hear this being proposed tonight, and that there will finally be a memorial to our town's veterans and current service members. I must say that we do a great job on the 4th of July celebration by reading the names out loud of those serving overseas at this time. A tribute that the town of Los Gatos does a great job of doing. Thank you. Joining the U.S. Armed Forces is not a career for just anyone. Just as not all of us are teachers, or firemen, or policemen, or even politicians. Whether it be a short term of 2 years or a long stint of career of 30 years or more of service, a soldier is giving of their soul on a 24-hour basis. There are really very few careers that ask for such. When deployed, you are on the line not only 24/7, but you are also looking after the lives and welfare of others who are deployed with you and whom you may be joined up with, not only from your own country, but from other nations. You may go for months at a time and into a year or so of being deployed where your sleeping quarters are shared by many, along with all the other life support systems where you are totally loss of privacy. It is a world where privacy is slim to none. Luxuries of home are slim to none. After such deployment, getting reacclimated to civilian life, where it may be family, friends, co-workers, not even an easy adjustment. Many of those military folks continue to helping out with local disasters such as firefighting and earthquake cleanup. Thankfully, a handful, I'll try to hurry, handful of local citizens are working to say thank you to our veterans and service members of the past, present, and future, working very hard with artists, architects, contractors, and others with the same skill to erect a memorial in the veterans of Los Gatos. The proposed area would be ideal for this share and joy and display that represents all veterans and current military. It is an open area near many of the town's offices and libraries and not far from many of our community events. It would remind all not to forget those who've committed their life to serving this country. I can see that I would come home and sit and meditate under the Veterans Memorial and think of those who served with and stayed home and those of another profession. How our service members gave up their personal life to take an assignment and look them away from their loved ones. As previously pointed out, this is not a profession for everyone, but those who do deserve such a memorial. This proposed memorial is a statement that all can share, no matter their lifestyle. It is more than a plaque, but a place to find peace of art for all the meditation upon. With a big hand for those of the committee for a fine job they are doing. Wish I was there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kevin Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. Normally I don't need a microphone, as my Lions Club people will attest to. Came to this town in 1970, very fortunate. As I drove up here tonight and parked my vehicle and walked by my dad's old office window, Harold Johnson, who was the police chief here from 1970 to 1983, reminded me of what a great building this was with Ronald Reagan's signature on the plaque and everything. I was excited as a kid, being a young Republican. Don't hold that against me. But before I mention this right now, I want to thank all the veterans and all you that presently serve. I thank you. When I was 20, I went to the police academy, and I am honorably retired law enforcement. The reason I'm here tonight is because since 1997, I spent about 2/3 of my time here in Los Gatos. I live in Almaden now, but I grew up here, graduated in 1975 from the Los Gatos High School. I have a 30-year-old that also graduated from there. It's my pleasure. My brother graduated. The Johnson Trusts, if you will, are very interested and will be at the forefront of producing funds for this project. And the reason it kind of it resonates with us as Lion all, my friends, and Lion John Lochner showed you his presentation. It was that last slide at the Los Gatos Memorial Park where my dad and mom both rest comfortably, I hope, in the memorial there for his service in the Korean War as a Marine Corps sergeant. So again, let me go back to this one piece right here, as I will continue to serve the Lions Club and serve this community, of which I owe a great deal of gratitude, and my family. This facility here, I see it as a win-win to your museum, with all respect. If you look at it from a business perspective, to lure people, and memorials are not all just where you reflect. It's a place to embrace community and community spirit. And what better community that I know of is here in Los Gatos. So with all due respect, I think it's a beautiful proposition. I think it's a great place to promote and place this memorial for our veterans, and I would encourage that vote to move forward. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll continue to serve the town at Lions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Shepherdson. That appears to be the last card I have. Oh, we have one other. If you would like to speak on this subject, please fill out a card. We are getting near the bottom of the pile.
Kevin Johnson, I miss your dad, Hal.
I think the memorial is a good start for the veterans. I would like to see maybe like an annual essay contest at the high school, perhaps a scholarship on an annual basis. I'd like to also see an annual Veterans Day that could perhaps be next to the monument so that we can provide free services for our vets that so grossly receive benefits once they return from service. In terms of the process, I think we want to get it right, and we also want to be practical. I'm not sure about going back to the Arts Commission. If there's no harm, no foul, I don't know. I'll leave that up to the council to figure that one out. The quiet reflection, I like the idea that it's actually something that the public will see and kids, children can see, and they can walk around and look and experience rather than necessarily being away where they won't see it. Really, I don't think whatever we do will not be enough. We can only do the best we can. I have a minute 30 seconds here, so I'll read something real quick. This is off of Wikipedia. Following this, the passengers and the flight crew decided to act. According to accounts of cell phone conversations, Todd Beamer, who went to Los Gatos High School, along with Mark Bingham, his mother lived in the mountains up here, Tom Burnett and Jeremy Glick formed a plan to take the plane back from the hijackers. They were joined by other passengers, including Lou Nackey, Rich Giordano, Alan Bevan, Honor Elizabeth Wainio, Linda Gonlin, and William Cashman, along with flight attendants Sandra Bradshaw and Cece Ross Lyles, in discussing their options and voting on a course of action, ultimately deciding to storm the cockpit and take over the plane. Beamer told Jefferson that the group was planning to jump on the hijackers and fly the plane into the ground before the hijackers' plan could be followed through. Beamer recited the Lord's Prayer and a 23rd Psalm with Jefferson, prompting others to join in. Beamer requested of Jefferson, quote, "If I don't make it, please call my family and let them know how much I love them." After this, Jefferson heard muffled voices and Beamer clearly answering, "Are you ready? Okay, let's roll." So I say with this project, let's roll. If we need a little more time to get it right, let's do it. But we've got the momentum, and let's roll.
Jim Reynard.
One very hard act to follow. It's Jim Renault, not that that's a big point. I came to Los Gatos a few years ago, and my father graduated from Los Gatos High School. My grandfather and my great-grandfather raised grapes on the sides of the hills for Massans. In all of our family meetings, Thanksgivings, Christmases, never once did we talk about rebuilding a building that had been bombed out. Not once. And my family goes back a little ways here, so we've had some time to think about it. I've been sitting here listening to some just amazing people, some very gracious comments and some eloquently spoken talks. And I've not heard one point that kind of dawned on me. I walked here tonight from where I live, up near I walked here tonight, and not one bomb went off next to me. Not one house blew up. Not one person shot at me, although there are many who probably like to. I have sat in a few of these council meetings, and I've heard debates that go very, very rapidly over building new buildings, new constructions, new ideas, additions to the general plan. I've not heard any of them go as long as it's taken to celebrate the people who have prevented the need for any new construction in our little town. People think we live on Olympus. People think we're isolated. We're not. During World War II, they blew up the tunnels in the Santa Cruz Hills because they were afraid the Japanese were going to come in through those tunnels. We had submarine sightings off our shore. We had a radar array up and down this coast to warn us. So we're not on Olympus. We are not impenetrable. And the reason we're not is because men and women have gone far afield, taking the fight to the enemy to secure our freedoms, to make sure that none of our children have to learn to dive for a bomb shelter. The location strikes me as a bit ironic and serendipitous. I don't know how many people know that this is a bomb shelter. Does anyone know that? It's a bomb shelter. It was designed to protect the council. God bless all of you. And I agree that the location may not be adequate. I think we should be building monuments all over this town, and yet we're debating building one memorial to honor the people who have kept our town the peaceful, little, sophisticated, wonderful community that it is. I think it's ridiculous. I don't know how much they pay a retired soldier to put his life, her life, in harm's way, to risk their life on a moment-by-moment, day-by-day basis. But if this war memorial were to cost $5 million, I think that would be short pay to honor the people that do this, and the people who have done it before, and the people who have done it before. So, whether this building was designed to protect us in war or house museum art pieces, I think it would be a very adequate place to honor those who have served us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That is the last card I have. I'd like to invite the veterans for Los Gatos back up. If you have 5 more minutes to speak, if there was anything that you'd like to
I have a couple quick comments, and then I'll be joined by Ellen Manzo right afterwards. First of all, I'm not going to recommend that the museum move. We can live with those guys, and we can help them out, and I think people coming to the memorial will love to go back into the museum and partake in it also. I purchased my first house here in Los Gatos in 1974. I've been a long-term resident. Kids went to high school here, Los Gatos. I served in Vietnam as a cavalry officer. I served with a man, not in Vietnam, but later, who I think most of the people in the room know, Jim Farwell, highly decorated veteran from Los Gatos, who would be honored, who will be honored on this memorial. So I say again, we'd love to see you all tonight say yes to the memorial and to the site. Thank you for your time. Ellen?
Mr. Shepherdson had brought up the notion about having an annual day for a school essay contest. And I would just like to, it's not always the case that we're ahead of things, but last year we had the opportunity to celebrate the winners of the Veterans Essay Contest at Fisher School. So thank you for your suggestion. The Veterans Memorial was successful at providing contest awards to those students. And I'm limited on time, so I could show you the picture after our time runs out. There are a few things that I think are notable. You know, in the last 3,400 years, the world has not been at peace, but for 8% of the time out of the last 3,400 years of history. That's just to suggest that war is going to be, unfortunately, an element that in all likelihood, the world is going to have to live with for a long time. And fortunately, we have some very, very dedicated individuals who've been supporting the freedoms in America. We think we have proposed a great plan for the town of Los Gatos, and we have a great number of people who are very deserving of receiving that kind of recognition, that the Los Gatos community really is very thankful for what they deliver. This is not a political statement. This is a statement of thanks. We see, as an organization, a great opportunity to work with the history organization right upstairs. They're about history. We're about historical events. They're about art. We're delivering a message through art. So frankly, from our vantage point, we see great opportunities to collaborate. And we see this space a great opportunity to do that in. There's a gentleman, there's a nearby community, Cupertino, that was a location where a Navy SEAL was killed in 2005 as part of Operation Red Wing. A movie came out as a result of that, known as Lone Survivor, and today there is a beautiful memorial in Cupertino commemorating 2 of the Navy SEALs who were killed during Operation Red Wing. And I had the opportunity to hear from Matthew Brady, who is the Special Operations Aviation Regiment representative with the Night Stalkers, who was part of that effort. And he spoke about what he remembered as he looked at some of the gentlemen who were going on that mission. And by the way, the Night Stalkers work with a 30-second time to react. He said, Matt Axelson, the shadowy figure on board of the back of the aircraft, confidently springing up, going to the back of the aircraft over the target area, lunging down a rope like it was the only thing he had to do in that minute. He hit the terrain below, he took the flight, and fought with the enemy hours later. And each one of them knew the risk. He remembers James Saw, the eyes in James Saw, one last update before stepping on board the helicopter or looking at the resolve, the determination and concentration that stared back at him. And he checked and double-checked. And each one of these individuals he knew would be very successful in any occupation that they chose to pursue, but they chose to pursue and volunteer to support America. He also knows that when they stepped on that plane to go in that Operation Red Wing, that each one of them said, if not me, then who? You represent the leadership of this town. You can make a difference. We'd like to ask you to think about tonight supporting our proposal and ask the question, if not me, then who? Thank you for your time and your attention.
Does any member of council have questions for the representatives for the veterans of Los Gatos? Councilmember McNutt has a question.
Thank you. I'm not sure who's going to come up. What we've heard tonight, in addition to powerful stories and very emotional stories, are references to requesting that the council buy into a conceptual buy-in. We've heard adopt tonight what we are being presented with. Can you tell me from your perspective what your expectation is that you would like council to do in terms of actually looking at the design that you presented, what you think we could actually do on that tonight? And I do want to disclose now, as others may later, that I did have an opportunity to meet with many of the members of your committee. And when we had that discussion, there was, at that point, a lot of discussion among your committee, as well as viewpoints that I exchanged with you about too tall, to this, I mean, whatever. So it didn't sound finalized in my mind from your perspective at that point. So can you tell me what it is you think that we can and should be able to do tonight in terms of the actual design concept?
Thank you for the question. Our goal tonight is very simple. It's to get approval to move forward with the conceptual design that we've presented. And also the location of that design. We've also requested a couple of other items in the recommendation, as you probably saw in our letter. Very specifically, the reason we'd like to move forward is to continue the momentum of the team. You asked the question you asked, however, Councilwoman McNutt, was about the design. And the design that you have seen, we have provided dimensions on it, and we have provided what it looks like. The bottom line is that if there are dimensional issues with it, or if there are some specific issues that need to be addressed, this is a conceptual design. We have an artist who can change things and adjust things. As example, he recommends, based on on his design, for instance, the height of the eternal flame spire should be 18 to 20 feet. Well, that's a range. And the reason he's suggesting a range is because he won't be able to determine the exact height until he actually puts up, much like when a house is constructed and the actual lumber is put in place on a conceptual, so people in the neighboring area can see how tall that house is going to be if an addition is going in. He plans to do the same and take a look at it, and if it's not appropriate at 18 feet, better for 19 feet or better at 17 feet, he can adjust.
So I don't want to cut you off, but I'm eager to actually get to the council discussion. So I just wanted to get, but if we say move ahead with conceptual design, at what point do you see the public having an opportunity to look at this design and weigh in on it? Because they have not had that opportunity tonight. And so we have to give them another, a real opportunity for it to be publicized in the newspaper with the rendering of the drawing, and for them, because as we talked about, our community has opinions, and we need to hear from that. So how would that work? And you cannot start fundraising until you know for sure exactly what it's going to be. So my worry is trying to figure out a process here that keeps you moving forward, but still gets our public input that we need without setting up an expectation of automatic final approval before it actually can happen. So do you have a short answer for that very long question statement I just made?
I would tell you that we can't go, one of the things that we've recognized is that we can't advertise for donations until we have a product that we can show individuals and potential donors. And so our hope is actually to get this approved so that we can go forward in establishing collateral, put that collateral in front of people and start soliciting for donations. That is our goal.
Okay, well that clarifies for me what your expectation is.
Yeah, no, that is our goal. Our goal is to try to move forward right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? On the subject of disclosures, I did have an opportunity to meet with the Veterans for Los Gatos, so I wanted to disclose that. Do we have any other disclosures? Councilmember Spector?
As did I. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
As did I.
Councilmember Brzezinski?
As did I.
I have a question for you. I been giving this a lot of thought. I like the concept. I like the soldier, the lone soldier saluting. We had a lot of speakers this evening talk about men and women in uniform, and I'm one who likes to include the ladies as well as the men. Did you give thought to having a female soldier included in that centerpiece?
The number 2 choice, the one change that would take place instead of the individual soldier would be a ring of 5 soldiers, and that's included in your read ahead that you got last week, to see if you want to see the picture. And we've thought that because right now the military, 20% of the military is female, women in service, growing probably to maybe as much as 40%. So we are prepared, if it moved to the second choice, would be to have 2 service women and 3 service men as a part of the statuary. So that would be, if that turned out to be something the community wants, then we're prepared to go that route.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Brzezinski.
So that's our dilemma. I am very much inclined to move this forward tonight, but I guess I need to know how concrete and specific your design has to be if you're going to start the process for the next phase, which is to solicit the financing to make this happen. If we were to agree that the site is appropriate, that the basic design as you presented it is appropriate, that the way it's going to be presented is in some ways open for evolution with other input, such as community input, the Arts Commission, and so forth, then is that adequate for your comfort level to be able to move forward? Or are we kind of going to be stymied tonight because now we've got two proposals, the preference and the second preference, because of a very interesting comment related to the men and women in the service. So that's I think the issue we need to resolve before we move to any kind of closure tonight. So could you address that, please?
The details of the actual the hypotheticals that we've presented, can be changed dimensionally, this type of thing, and we definitely would be open to input on that. Any things, the number of benches, for example, where the bricks are going to be located, the bas reliefs on the walls. When we talked to the police department, we requested that they assist us with the first responders on what they'd like to see on the bas reliefs. So there's a lot of detail that's not addressed that we know is going to be there, and also information on the actual dimensions that go forward. That has to be agreed upon. But right now, the plan you have in front of you is a hypothetical plan, but it's fairly close to being what you're going to see. Just from a focal standpoint.
Yes, Councilman, to answer the question about fundraising, I think if you tonight approve the location above us there and a conceptual design, then we can go out and start getting pledges, with the caveat that people will not be giving us money, they're making pledges, so that we can get started on the pledge part of it. And I've been involved in a lot of fundraisers. In fact, I was just involved in Defenders Lodge, which is a residence at the Palo Alto VA. And ingenious, they raised half the money and then borrowed half the money. But there's a lot of pledges over 5 years. And so we could get pledges with the understanding that they wouldn't actually start the donation over a period of time. We're not going to do 5 years, we'll probably do 2 years, pending the final approval of the design by the council. So that the process could go, you could do your responsibility, you can fulfill your fiduciary responsibilities, and we could get started with the fundraising in that matter by getting pledges.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Any other questions for the speakers? Seeing none at this time, we will close the public hearing. I'm going to request we take a 5-minute stretch break, and we will come back and we will deliberate on this subject. Thank you. Hopefully you all had a chance to stretch your legs. Please take a seat. All right, so who wants to be called on first? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of the people who presented because of the quality of the presentations. And yes, I do know this is a bomb shelter because it's here to protect the council, see? Because of the number of speakers and the amount of time your presentations took, that was very beneficial for me because it allowed me to think through the layers of issues, because what you're asking for does involve layers of issues. And to make, at least for myself, a listing of, again, those layers, some of them were very defined for me. For example, whether or not Los Gatos would have a veterans memorial. Whether or not it would be located in the Civic Center, the site, whether or not there would be a public art review under the policy that staff has presented to us. So those, to me, were issues that I started with. Then it got into what I consider more subjective, and in fact, when I met with the veterans group, I personally didn't give, and I wouldn't have an opinion on the artistic portion of it. One, because we should wait till we get here, and also because there are just so many things that go in to liking and selecting a piece of art. But some of the elements of what you have presented include whether or not the art would be in the shade, whether there would be a water feature, whether there would be seating, whether there would be access to the street, lights, a reflection of men and women in the service, and then there was the bas relief on the buildings. So as you spoke, I tried to capture the artistic issues also, and those were the ones that I've captured. I'm sure there are more, but as I listened to you, that's what I made note of. And I'm sure the other four people up here at the dais with me are going to have lots of opinions and probably differing opinions, most likely on the artistic portion. But with the Mayor's permission, I'd like to go ahead and start making motions on what I call the more general issues.
You have my permission.
All right, then I'm going to move to approve a veterans memorial in Los Gatos.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have the Vice Mayor.
Second. As I understand the motion, it is asking us to support the concept of a veterans memorial in Los Gatos, in which case I second and fully support such a memorial.
Yes, and that is the motion. And as I go through my thinking process, you'll see that I'm going to start from the very general, this being the very general, and then come down to the more specific. But I want to start at something which I heard the speakers and the veterans group ask for, which is a veterans memorial in Los Gatos. So that's what this motion entails.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Councilmember Spector.
All right, then I'm going to go next to the issue of location. I'm going to move that the Veterans Memorial be located in the Civic Center, but I'm going to leave it that general for the time being. I am not going to include in this motion a specific location within the Civic Center. So right now, it's just the Civic Center somewhere upstairs above us.
We have a motion. Do we have a second, Vice Mayor?
Again, I'll second it, and just to make sure, the maker of the motion, the Civic Center would include also all of the alternative locations that were presented in the staff report, pageant grounds, area between the police building and the museum, all of those things that were listed on, oh, let's see. Where were they? It's the, I don't know what it is, which one it is, but it's one of the slides that Mr. Larson put up. It's called Other Suggested Locations. I just wanted to make sure that that's what we were, there we go, that one.
All right, so that this maker of the motion is specific, let me look at these other suggested locations, because quite frankly, in my mind, I had the area above us here.
They are also listed on the bottom of page 2 of the staff report and top of page 3.
Okay, so I'm looking at the other suggested locations, and my motion, in response to the question raised by the Vice Mayor, I would not include in my motion other suggested locations of pageant grounds or a bridge to pageant grounds. All other elements of that slide could be encompassed.
Thank you, and I will continue with my second with that understanding.
Question for the maker of the motion. So does your motion exclude the front lawn of the Civic Center?
At this point, I'm not getting that specific, but this specific motion does not include the lawn and street side of Civic Center.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have a discussion? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Okay, so for point of clarification, you've excluded those two options presented, the pageant grounds and the bridge to pageant grounds. I'm comfortable with that. And the Civic Center lawn as part of the proposal, that is the walkway from the flags to the platform, is not to be considered for the memorial at this time. Is that what your motion indicates?
Councilmember Spector.
My motion does not indicate whether or not that could be an issue later on, but right now I'm trying to pick the lower hanging fruit, and so it is not included in this motion.
All right, thank you.
So we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because I personally have a lot of questions and issues with the artwork itself, it would be helpful for me to get input from the public, the more general public, and from the public art review from the Arts Commission. And so that I'm going to move that we have the proposed artwork reviewed according to our public art selection policy, and that whoever is selected on this subcommittee report back to the council on or before January 15th, 2015, yes. And that at that meeting, whichever date it is, we allowed the public to weigh in on the art also.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions with respect to, well, actually one question with respect to the motion or an observation. If I could, through the mayor, Mr. Larson, I think our first meeting in January falls after the date that Councilwoman Spector indicated, so we would not be able to hear it until the end of January or February.
The only regularly scheduled meeting in January is on the 20th.
Okay.
Councilmember Spector.
I understand that that it will not be, I won't be the person who will be scheduling this, but this motion only entails the public art review to be completed. I will change the date to be completed on or before January 20th, 2015.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Spector. I'll continue in my second. It would also be helpful to me to have input from our Arts Commission. I think it's too bad that in 2012, the council did not get the 2009 policy that clearly applied. It, I think, sets out a process that is good. It makes sense. Mr. Stonecipher, a member of the Arts Commission, stood up tonight and told us that he would work with as quickly as possible with the Veterans Memorial Committee, and so I'm comfortable that the Arts Commission will do that. And with the date set for the return, I'm hopeful that there would not be any kind of delay in the fundraising for and ultimately what we get as a memorial.
All right. Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you. So I have a question of staff. We're talking basically 60 days from now with some holidays in between that. Is it feasible to think the Arts Commission can meet and address this subject within that time frame?
I think if the council directs and requests such, I believe the Art Commission will do what they're able to do. Their first step will be to appoint the subcommittee that's specified in the policy. That has to be done as a full Arts Commission. Then the subcommittee will go through the process as specified, possibly including communication to the Parks Commission. Then the subcommittee has to report to the Arts Commission, and then it comes back to council by January 20th. It's a challenging schedule, but given the chair of the Arts Commission requested to be involved, staff will support them in achieving that.
And then my second question is, by the way the motion is worded, does that imply that the council would be hearing this matter on January 20th?
I believe it does.
And does the council who will be here at that time really want to do that? I think there might be something else scheduled that night also.
Vice Mayor.
I don't anticipate that another item will be scheduled on January 20th, the one that Councilwoman McNutt appears to be referring to.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Hillbrook will not be scheduled on January 20th.
Councilmember Spector.
Do we have a vote on that motion?
We can do that again, just to be official. We have
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
Well, I need a clarification. It sounds to me like we are, in this motion, proposing a relatively lengthy process with multiple subsets of the Arts Commission involved. And my preference would be that we expedite the Arts Commission's engagement. I know we have the language, but it's also within our purview to make some amendments to that, particularly in a specific case such as what we have in front of us now. I would recommend, rather than the process as we have as our standard, that we look to truncate that to a request that the Arts Commission as a body meet with this committee to weigh in on the various proposals that are on the table. There's going to be more. What can we say? There'll be multiple meetings involved with this. It's still going to have to go to the Planning Commission. I mean, we don't design from the dais either. So that's where there's going to be some necessity of a dialogue taking place between the Arts Commission and the Veterans Committee. And with that, I wonder if we could not clarify a more expeditious way to get public involvement.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, reading the policy, it does say the artwork which is to be considered for public installation shall first be reviewed by the Public Arts Subcommittee, a subcommittee of the Arts and Culture Commission. The council could request that the subcommittee be the committee of the whole. And so it'd be the full Arts Commission meeting, and that could conceivably shorten the process. Instead of having full Arts Commission meet simply to appoint the subcommittee, then the subcommittee meet 2 to 3 times to make a recommendation up to the full commission. By requesting that it be a subcommittee of the whole, you could shorten conceivably 2 meetings out of that process.
Councilmember Spector.
To be frank, I was just going to leave the entire discretion for the process to the Arts Commission. The only thing I wanted out of them is to do it and to do it quickly. So if it's the sense of this council that this be considered by the entire Arts Commission, I'm amenable to that, but I'm going to have to look to see if I have a second for that modification.
Vice Mayor?
As the seconder of the original motion, that is fine with me, and I'll continue in my motion. I might suggest, if there's going to be further efforts to expedite this, that the Parks Commission and possibly the museum and library also be included as at least notice to the Arts Commission meeting. I'm not suggesting separate meetings. I see people looking very upset. I'm just suggesting that all of the people that could be involved in this meet not serially but singly, so that this can be expedited.
Councilmember Spector.
I'm not prepared to add that to the motion, although people can do things, but I'm not prepared to add that to my motion.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
I was going to say, I see this as working the Veterans Committee with the Arts Commission. I think those are the 2 primary bodies that would be concerned with this. This isn't we're not putting this art in any of our parks. And I think that we understand the history museum's issues and concerns, but I do believe that this can be dealt with in a manner between bodies. But we're looking at primarily the artistic presentation that's being offered us, and that to me is the Arts Commission's responsibility. So I would certainly go with what the maker of the motion is interested in promoting at this time, and if necessary, make the second for that.
All right.
I'm not withdrawing my second.
All right, then I don't need to make a second.
All right, so my understanding of the motion is we have January 20th, the potential council meeting hearing on this, and to get everything finished by then. If it happens much before January 20th between the Veterans and the Arts Commission, that's great. If it's a subcommittee of the Arts Commission, according to the policy, that's great. If it's the whole Arts Commission, that's great. That's their decision. Is that what? Everyone? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Spector?
All right, at this point, I'm not prepared to make a motion, but I'm just going to put out there for myself, and I said it earlier, the factors that I would like to have the Arts Commission report back on, and that's the having shade up on the Civic Center, having a water feature, because I believe now it would be possible to have a water feature up there, whether we should have seating, whether or not we should have access to the street, which I personally am not in favor of right now, whether or not we should have lights. I personally am not in favor of right now. And I say right now because I am waiting to see what the Arts Commission and the Veterans Group come back with. I do have an opinion that I would like the artwork to more clearly reflect not only the men who serve in the armed forces, but also the women. And then whether or not we should have the tiles on the buildings. I personally am not inclined to do that. But once again, I'm looking for input from the Arts Commission, the Veterans Organization, and the community.
Further discussion. So I'll weigh in. I like the overall design. I like the overall concept. I think it's a great design. I think it greatly enhances the Civic Center, and I applaud all the veterans and all the work that has gone into this. So thank you, and I look forward to this coming to fruition. With that said, we have a process in place here. Couple takeaways. There's a couple plaques on the fountain for the original folks who dedicated the Civic Center, and I'm assuming that if anything happens, that those will be relocated to another location where they will still be displayed. There were comments made by the museums that if they wanted to hang banners on the wall for an event, obviously we wouldn't want them to hang that over anything that is representing veterans or first responders or whatnot. So that would have to be sorted out in my book. I think everything else is pretty well vetted. I personally don't have any issue with anything proposed, the water feature, the shade, the seating, the sidewalks out front. I think, every time I walk up to the Civic Center, at first I was looking at it going, it's very strong, but then I realized the other day as I walked across the wet lawn that there really should be something there that invites you down into the council chambers and gives the entrance of the Civic Center some presence, and I think that really enhances it personally, so I've warmed up to that idea. I concur with the idea of somehow representing all those who served in the military, the men and the women, although I do admire the sculpture of the lone soldier in the salute. I think that's really cool, and the eagle. Somehow or another incorporate the concept of liberty, inclusive of men and women, and that's my 2 cents for now. Any others? I'm not here to design from the dais. Councilmember Brzezinski.
I'm glad you're not. Neither am I, and neither are any of us, I don't think. There were a couple of other items that were presented by the veterans, and I think we should at least address them. For my own purposes, I would like to see the plaques as indicated on the walls reviewed by the Arts Commission as well. I would also like to see a review of the entry walk paths from the flags at Main Street to the Civic Center. I think that's all significant to the proposal. But I think primarily we want to focus on the statuary and the presentation on the deck at the current fountain, and if we can go through that phase, then we can look forward to maybe phase 2, but it doesn't exclude any of the other components that have been presented as far as I'm concerned. And I think that if we can focus primarily on the deck and what's proposed for the deck and get that through the dialogue at this point, then that should go a long ways towards satisfying the need that we have to complete this as quickly as we possibly can. We know it's going to be a very difficult process to go through because of the fundraising issues, but ultimately, I think it could be very, very beneficial to the community, as you've all indicated. I wonder if the staff, through the mayor, I wonder if the staff could make comment about the next steps in the process and the other bodies that are going to have to weigh in on this, including Environmental Planning Commission and so forth.
The Arts Commission will be very, very busy for the next 2 months, reporting back to council on January 20th. Based on your action that evening, if the council takes action, there will then be a project that is defined under CEQA that would then go through the CEQA required checklist to see if there are any potential impacts. And it's all a specified process that the town knows very well to evaluate if there might be potential impacts, and then what the review is if there may be potential impacts, to document what they are and what mitigations might be. And we really can't start that process till many of the factors that Councilwoman Spector laid out have been addressed, such as lighting.
And beyond that.
Oh, sorry. So staff would do that environmental review, that goes to the Planning Commission, then back to council for final approval.
Mr. Manager, there were speakers who alluded to the lease of the deck. I don't know if we were at that point in the discussion, or we have to wait until the Arts Commission vets this and everything else to begin that discussion versus an alternative to a lease, which is just dedicate the space with no formal lease.
Given that the option that what the council requested in 2012 was multiple locations and designs, and given what staff received last week was really a single location, we just presented you an array of options for your consideration. If the council chose to enter into what we were assuming would be a 50 or 99-year lease with the Veterans Memorial, that is something, based on consultation with the attorney, is under your purview to do through lease negotiations, as is the town standard practice.
Is it necessary to even have a lease, or, okay.
You would not be required to do that. It was just, given what came to you last week was not, didn't seem to fully encompass what the council directed in 2012, and went much, much further in artistic representations than was anticipated in 2012. We were giving options for you to address that.
Okay. Another question for you. Regarding the museums and their use of the former library space, I cannot remember if in their particular lease they were entitled to any of the deck space.
Their lease does not entitle them to any of the central deck. The lease does explicitly include the rear deck overlooking the Civic Center lawn, and was described previously as a possible future sculpture center. They have raised at multiple points in time the possibility of activating or using portions of the deck to the point of awnings or sculpture outside the doors that could draw people into both the bookstore and the museums. To, I think in the lease negotiations, the notion came up of performances out on the deck using the raised platform as kind of a existing stage area. And I remember explicit discussions being, if they prepared a series like that, there would be a requirement for a special event permit to provide those performances, just as we do for music in the park and jazz on the plaza. It would be no different. So those sorts of discussions did occur, but they weren't part of the lease obligation.
So part of their lease obligation does include part of the deck, but it's not in and around the vicinity of the existing fountain that would interfere with the potential design as proposed by the veterans.
The lease is silent on that issue. They would need to come in for a special event permit to use that space.
Okay. One other question for you. Is it premature to talk about budgeting in order to cover the fees for the building permits at this point in time, if that's something that the council sees merit in, as opposed to waiving the fees, which I guess we didn't even do for ourselves, but perhaps we reach in our pocket and we pay the fees on behalf of the veterans to ourselves?
And we reached in our pocket and paid the fees on behalf of ourselves for the library. So it's that we have done that. For the museums of Los Gatos, now called New Museum of Los Gatos, the lease agreement specifies the town pays half of the fee and the museum pays half the fee. That's what the council approved in that lease. I do think I would not recommend, based on the reasons expressed previously and in the staff report, that the council move waiver of the fees, but I believe based on what the Art Commission recommends, we may be able to estimate for that January 20th meeting what the fees may be, and we could bring that information back to you at that time, which still gives the council ample opportunity to direct staff to prepare a mid-year budget proposal, change proposal, to cover some, all, or none of those fees.
Thank you. That's it for my questions. Any other questions? So just to recap, do we have everything we need? We have 2 motions, I think.
You have three motions,
actually.
The council was unanimous on having a Veterans Memorial in Los Gatos. It was unanimous on having a Veterans Memorial in the Civic Center at the preferred location or at the other suggested locations, excluding the pageant grounds and the bridge to the pageant grounds. And their council was unanimous in reviewing the artwork and the specific factors raised by Councilwoman Spector to the Arts and Culture Commission for an expeditious public art review process as called for in the public art policy.
All right. Sounds like we're moving forward with it. Well, with that said, seeing no further discussion, we will move on to our next public hearing, which is the conditional use permit application U-14-013, property location 15527 Union Avenue. Property owner is DS Downing LP, and the applicant is Rudy Rabel. We're considering the appeal of a planning commission decision approving the request to operate a high turnover sit-down restaurant and implementing all conditions, including the payment of the traffic impact fees.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members.
I forgot to introduce you, but it's loud, so let's give him a moment. All right, for those who are exiting, please be courteous of the meeting in progress. Delivering our staff report this evening is Aaron Walters, our associate planner.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Planning and Public Works have worked closely with the applicant since May of this year in processing the CUP application to operate a sandwich shop in the Downing Shopping Center. The vacant tenant space is a newly created 1,553 square foot unit with in roughly 1/3 space previously occupied by the restaurant The Live Oak Kitchen and roughly 1/3 the former liquor store The Bottle Shop. The proposed high turnover sit-down restaurant use requires a conditional use permit to operate within the C1 zone. The site has adequate parking to accommodate the proposed use and would not serve alcohol. On May 19th, Town Council approved an increased traffic mitigation fee, and it took effect 60 days later. On May 20th, the following day, the applicant submitted a CUP application without a complete traffic questionnaire or a complete site plan. It is not uncommon to find that information is not always complete at early stages of project review. From the initially provided information, staff thought the proposed business would be located entirely in the portion of the former Live Oak Kitchen tenant space, which would also be classified as a high turnover sit-down restaurant and therefore not generate additional trips or traffic impact mitigation fees. The applicant provided revised application information on July 21st, and then staff realized that the business would occupy only a portion of the Live Oak Kitchen space. The traffic impact fees would be required for the change of use for this portion of the former Bottle Shop section. Traffic engineering then prepared the applicant an estimate for the traffic impact mitigation fee of $179,340. On the day before, Council considered an update to the traffic impact policy update on August 18th. Engineering staff provided the applicant with an updated fee estimate of $78,568 using the pass-by-trip calculation identified in the policy update. On October 8th, the Planning Commission considered the item on a consent item. The Commission approved the CUP with conditions, including the traffic impact mitigation fee, which is payable at the time of building permit is issued. At that time, the fee was again estimated at the $78,568. The Commission's decision was appealed by the applicant on October 9th due to an undue burden surrounding the traffic impact mitigation fee, its timing, implementation, magnitude, and the handling of the conditional use permit application by the town. On October 15th, engineering staff found that Jersey Mike Subs was classified as a custom fast food establishment for purposes of trip generation and recalculated the trip generation using the traffic classification as high turnover sit-down restaurant. Based on these revised analysis, engineering staff provided the applicant with an updated fee of $39,284. The revised fee is due to the change of use in the liquor store portion of the building only. There is no change to the traffic impact fee for the portion that was formerly the Live Oak Kitchen. On the basis for comparison, if the fee increase did not occur, the traffic impact fee would have been $10,680. The appeal maintains that the town's traffic impact mitigation fee places an undue burden on the applicant. The concept of undue burden was established by the Supreme Court in a landmark decision known as Nolan versus California. The undue burden test requires that the jurisdiction be able to demonstrate a nexus between the fee and the project. The town has demonstrated this nexus through the establishment of the traffic impact mitigation fee approved by council. This included a methodology report conducted by the town consultant that relates planned town traffic projects with expected growth to determine the fee. This process was described at the March 24th Town Council meeting. It is recommended that Town Council deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the subject application with conditions, including the payment of the traffic impact mitigation fee of $39,284 and adopt the resolution affirming this action in Attachment 10. Alternatively, Council can approve the appeal and approve the project with conditions, including a modified traffic impact fee with specific findings of undue burden in Attachment 11. This concludes staff's report, and staff representatives from Community Development and Public Works are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Questions of staff? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a chronology here, and I listened to your presentation, and I still have some confusion. What is it? I'm looking at page 5 of the staff report. What is it that was found on October 15th, 2014, that caused the traffic fee to be reduced from $78,000 plus to $39,000 plus?
I would defer that to Public Works.
All right, and the second part of that question will be, and what new information did you have that you didn't have before?
Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. So in the evaluation, we got different additional information from the applicant describing what the restaurant would be. We also did a site visit to the restaurant in Santa Clara to understand a little bit more of the services that the restaurant would provide, and to get a clearer understanding of the number of trips that might be generated in the location in Los Gatos. Because the traffic impact fee is ultimately related to the number of trips that are generated, and our goal using the ITE designations is to get as close to the actual number of trips as possible. We determined that the appropriate designation for the applicant's restaurant would be the high turnover sit-down restaurant, as opposed to more of a fast food classification.
So did this high turnover determination occur subsequent to August 18th and prior to October 15th?
Yeah, it occurred on around October 15th.
That's when you decided or determined that it was a high turnover.
Correct.
And also, I thought in the staff report, it sort of started up on May 9th, but our council meeting relating to traffic impact fee increase occurred on March 24th, 2014. So I was curious as to why that issue wasn't discussed with the applicant, or why it didn't come up. since it had been in existence for at least 2 months?
Sure, I can speak on behalf. I met with the applicant in May, and at the time when we met at the counter, it was described as that they were occupying completely the portion of the former restaurant. So at that time, there was no discussion of a change in use. It was restaurant to restaurant, and we had just seen, and Muya was coming forward the following week, so we gave them an example in regards to how that application was being processed.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just had to follow up to that last issue. Even though it was a restaurant-to-restaurant use, on March 24th, the council changed the traffic impact mitigation fees. So I would assume that that would be an item of interest to anyone. So what was staff doing with respect to providing information regarding that?
Sure, I forward this to Laurel.
So what we do is we, as people come to the counter, we inform them about the possibility of fees, but until we actually have a specific application, we're really in no position to calculate the specific fees. So council confirmed the fees at their May 19th council meeting, and then they took effect 60 days later. So in relatively short order, we were essentially dealing with customers and helping them understand the possibility of fee increases, but until we knew what the proposal was, we weren't able to give any specifics. Once an application is filed, then we have some data with which to work with to try and identify and determine the fees. And it was really through the process, as outlined in your staff report, that the more we understood the specifics, we were better to give the applicant more specific information regarding the fees. As I think we've mentioned earlier, could we have done a better job? Certainly, there's always more that we could do. There's always, in these kinds of communications, we don't always know if the applicant or prospective applicant is hearing all of our words. So whether we ultimately come up with a checklist or a piece of paper that we hand prospective applicants saying, you want to do business with the town, these are the things that are going to be required, and please be aware that at time of building permit, these are the potential fees. So there's always ways that we could communicate this more clearly. I think we did the best that we could at the time, and this is why we're here today, to be able to allow for Jersey Mike's to make their case and then have the council decide. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Then for whoever wants to answer, Ms. Walters, Ms. Pravetti, Mr. Morley. Following up also on the change in the fee between the Planning Commission, $78,568, which was approved on October 8th as a consent item, to the new fee on October 15th, a week later, that goes down by almost $40,000. I'm just, confused, curious why the analysis that Mr. Morley described hadn't been done for the Planning Commission when it was setting conditions.
I think the analysis was ongoing. We had taken a look at the project for the Planning Commission hearing and provided them with the information we had at the time. As we continued to look at the project and have conversations with the applicant, it became more clear to us that there was a better designation for that operation.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For staff, are we on a staff level comfortable that we now have the information that we need and that we now think it's 39,000 plus?
Yes, we're comfortable.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Seeing none, we will call the applicant forward. Oh, Brzezinski, did you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So help me understand the Nolan versus California ruling. That the jurisdiction has to establish nexus between the fee and the project, And the nexus we've established is by the implementation of the traffic impact mitigation fee. I guess I need, as a layman, to understand the term nexus then, because all we've said by the fee is when we established the traffic impact mitigation fee, we established a certain amount that we were going to exert from an applicant on the basis of the impacts that the traffic that would be generated would have on our road system. And I have difficulty seeing the nexus unless I don't understand nexus in the context of this particular law, or in this particular Nolan versus California decision.
So under impact fees, and the impact fees under 6,600 or 66,000 of the government code, you have to go through what's called that impact fee study, and you've already done that. You did that back in March and April and established exactly what the impact fees would be for each of these different categories, whether they be fast food, whether they be the sit-down restaurants or whatever they may be, and you establish that nexus between those traffic in that study. So you've done that now. I believe what staff was pointing out is, so you've done that study and you've created that nexus, and so you really are required to impose that impact fee now and not allow for a waiver unless you can find some undue burden has been created. But you did take out the undue burden from the requirements when you went through in March. So if you are going to grant the appeal, you're going to have to make findings outside of even an undue burden on why these fees shouldn't be charged. But the 78 from the 39 is certainly capable, because that's within your impact fee study of a recalculation of this. But you certainly could also disagree with staff and believe that the 79 was the correct use of it as a fast food restaurant also. I hope that helps.
Well, I'll accept it. I guess I'm just thinking, what's this sandwich shop actually doing to our road system? In the reality of it. I know we've changed our fee structure and so forth, but I'm wondering how many sandwiches at $5 a pop is it going to take to make the 39,284 before he even goes, into any kind of a profit out of this thing. And I can't even imagine what thought must have been at 179,340. So, it just seems to me the whole process was disjointed as we looked at it from the beginning. And maybe it's because we established this new fee structure, but there is something very strange about the process that we went through that I need to reflect just concern over. The other thing I wanted to ask about is, what is the square footage of the bottle shop that is being used by the applicant? Because when the assumption was that it was merely the restaurant use, that we wouldn't, it'd be like a wash. And then when we discovered the portion of the bottle shop was being used, what was do you know what the square footage of that was?
I do. The portion of the bottle shop is 1,000, I can't read this, 1,060 square feet, and the kitchen, the former Live Oak kitchen was 493 square feet.
Okay, so is actually more of the bottle shop was used than the kitchen. Okay. And then there was a question of the traffic questionnaire that was not returned appropriately. What's the traffic questionnaire?
I can speak on what was on the question, what came back to us, but you can describe what the purpose is.
So the traffic questionnaire provides basic information for us to help us make an assessment. So it has a series of questions that the applicant fills in the answers to that helps us with to hone in on the appropriate designation. we didn't have full information on that, so it allowed a little bit of confusion at the front end, which is why you saw those high numbers at the beginning of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
So going back to something that Councilmember Brzezinski said and what Ms. Walters alluded to, previously the traffic impact fees were $10,600 if we would have used the old formula. Is that what you mentioned?
Yeah, let me pull it up. $10,680.
Okay. So the argument could be made, well, what is the nexus between the $10,680 and how many sandwiches do you have to sell to cover that amount? I guess where, when council was looking at this last spring, we were looking at some options laid out by staff. We were looking at some rationale, some nexus to back those options and why we would vote in those on those options for the impact fees. And for me, I was looking for comparisons to other communities. How do they arrive at their fees and why were our fees so much less than their fees? So getting into that discussion, if this same kind of business were being opened in, say, Cupertino or somewhere else, what would be the traffic mitigation fees charged in that community? And are we much higher? Are we on par? Are we too low? Where do we stand compared to other communities?
Well, I did speak with the applicant regarding this compared to other Jersey Mike's restaurants throughout the Bay Area. And from his research, there was no fees applied to those businesses when they opened from the various communities.
So there were no traffic impact fees at all? Was there some other kind of fee that was called something else that did the same thing? Or
We could ask the applicant, but that was what he reported to me in regards to there were no other traffic impact fees from other municipalities.
Mayor.
So our staff didn't go out and do any research in that category to validate?
Mayor, if I may, we have taken a look at other jurisdictions and their traffic impact fees. The methodologies vary and the fees vary. Some municipalities have fees, some do not. Some cap their fees. It depends on what their goal is with the fee. A lot of the a number of the municipalities that we've spoken with actually put a cap on it because they're looking for the development. They're looking to bring businesses in, so they're purposefully not capturing the full impact of the vehicles generated by the businesses, and that's their what their council has set forward as their fees. So it becomes a tough comparison when you have these artificial caps on it to do a one-for-one comparison. But I think overall the answer that you're looking for is we are at the higher end of the fee structure at this point, whereas prior we were at the just the opposite, the lower end.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we will call the applicant forward.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, good evening, and thank you for your time and consideration. I'd like to start this evening by making clear that I'm not here tonight to dispute or debate the merits of the traffic impact mitigation fee or its magnitude as a matter of policy. I'm here to speak specifically about our CUP and how the timing and management of the implementation of this higher fee structure has created an inappropriate application of that new fee structure to our CUP, resulting in an undue burden on our business. While I obviously have some concerns about the way that our CUP application has been handled, I would like to begin with a few commendations. I'd like to commend staff for taking steps to understand our business. As they pointed out tonight, I know they've gone to visit an existing Jersey Mike's, and I hope they picked up one or two of these while they were there. Additionally, staff's been a reflection of the friendliness that we've seen embodied in the town, and I do believe that at the core their intentions are to act in the best interest of and enhance the town in every way that they can. Also would like to commend the council for including us on this evening's agenda, for all the time, effort, and energy you've put into hearing our appeal. You've listened spent time listening to me, probably more than you'd like. You've carefully considered our documentation and timeline in an earnest attempt to do the right thing. So on to our appeal. The ultimate result that we feel is most equitable would be to apply to our CUP the traffic impact mitigation fee structure that was in place at the time we submitted our application. Staff's provided a report outlining the timeline of our CUP process from their perspective. I'd like to first walk through the timeline and provide some clarification and correction to a couple items that you've seen from staff. On May 9th, I did visit the planning counter to discuss the CUP process, required documentation, and associated fees. I was told that our application fee would be $3,893.22. I was also instructed that I could go online to review the town's publicly available fee schedule that would outline any relevant costs. Staff report you have says that on May 9th, and I quote, the applicant informed staff that the proposed tenant space was previously occupied by Live Oak Kitchen, resulting in a restaurant-to-restaurant use in the same space, which would not trigger the traffic impact mitigation fee. Report later claims that it wasn't until June 11th, or I heard July 21st tonight at our STR, that staff learned that the proposed use would occupy not only a portion of the Live Oak Kitchen restaurant, but also a portion of the former liquor store tenant space. This information is inaccurate. On May 9th, I verbally communicated to planning staff that we'd be occupying a space that was previously both the Live Oak Kitchen and the bottle shop, and the information was also included in this traffic questionnaire that you see received and stamped on May 20th by the town, 11 days after my initial conversation and 22 days before the report claims that staff learned this information. So, in spite of what's been communicated there, from the very beginning of our process, we made the town aware of the space's two previous uses. This is important because from the very beginning, it should have indicated to staff that we would be facing a traffic impact mitigation fee. On May 20th, I walked into the planning counter. I submitted my application. I paid the town a fee of $3,893.22. At that point, there was no mention of the motion that had been passed the evening prior by the council to dramatically increase the traffic impact mitigation fee. That piece of information was not communicated to me until I received our initial estimate of the traffic fee on July 21st. This would have been the perfect opportunity for staff to inform me, the applicant, that there were meaningful changes coming to the traffic impact mitigation fee, and then I could subsequently determine whether or not to pay my permit application fee or and pursue the CUP at all, or to further explore this traffic issue before paying that upfront fee. June 11th, I met in these chambers with staff to discuss their comments. I was accompanied by Dave Murray from Donahue Schreiber, the property owner. During this meeting, traffic requested more detail on the previous uses for our space, but there was no mention of the traffic fee in the draft conditions for approval. And this was yet another opportunity for a staff member to outline the approved and looming increase in the traffic impact mitigation fee structure that could have been significant for me as an applicant. But there was zero discussion of that at this meeting. On July 18th, the new fee structure was implemented by the town. The change elevated our fee by nearly 5 times what it would have been under the old fee structure. 3 days later, the town provided me with the conditions of approval for our CUP. One of the conditions under which our CUP would be approved is that we ultimately pay this traffic impact mitigation fee structure. This was the first instance that we learned of the fee structure increase and its impact to our CUP application. So it was 2 months after we paid our initial $3,900 application fee, roughly 6 weeks after we met with staff to discuss comments to our application, that we were first notified, A, of an estimate of the traffic fee to our application, and B, more importantly, that the structure had been increased dramatically. So this evening, I'm requesting that the council move to grandfather in our application and apply to our calculated average daily trips increase the traffic impact mitigation fee structure that was in place and made public through the town's website when I originally submitted our application. I'm a small business person who made a set of personal and financial decisions based on a certain set of rules the town had in place when I submitted the application. Strikes me that under an equitable system, any new fee structure should apply only to new applications in which the individuals and businesses who are applying have full knowledge of the fees that they could face and how those fees are determined. It's not reasonable to collect a permit application fee and later change the manner in which the fees tied to that permit are calculated for applicants who have already paid the upfront fee. Exacerbating the situation, staff from the town failed to communicate the coming change to us as we moved through the process. There was ample opportunity in the 2 months prior to July 21st for someone to highlight the new traffic impact mitigation fee structure and its potential impact. The errors in this report are indicative of the poor communication that we received through the process. And although the staff report says that the handling of this application is consistent with the town's practices of working with an applicant to explain the process, Assistant Town Manager Laurel Prevetti, as she indicated tonight, had taken a different stance at the August 19th Town Council meeting, mentioning that they could have done a better job communicating this to us as we moved through our process. I think all of this was likely an unintended consequence of this new policy, but the traffic impact mitigation fee hike and the timing of its implementation relative to the timing of our specific CUP application has the feel of a bait and switch. We were committed to the process in the form of a $3,893.22 permit application fee, and then the rules were switched and future fees were increased dramatically. The use of the new fee structure to calculate our traffic impact mitigation fee is unwarranted, unfair, and places an undue burden on us, as we had applied under a certain set of rules that were changed after we had paid to commence our permitting process. So I'm here to appeal this evening on the basis of fairness and request that the council move to apply to us the fee structure that was in place and publicly available online May 20th when we submitted our CUP application. I hope you find our case compelling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabel. Questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, some months past, I have met with the appellant, so that's the disclosure. Question. You said that at somewhere along the way you were told to, or you did look at the town's website with regard to fees. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
When in this, with my detailed chronology here,
Yeah.
when in the what date did you look at the website to find out what the town's fees were?
I pulled up the town's fee schedule after my initial visit on May 9th. So between then and when I walked in on May 20th.
All right, so May 9th to May 20th. And when did you pay? I'm going to get back to that. And then when did you pay your $3,000 plus?
May 20th.
When you went on the town's website, somewhere between May 9th and May 20th, did you see any indication that there would be traffic impact fees?
For my specific application?
Yes.
I knew that I was submitting a traffic questionnaire. I had been told that my neighbor, Muya Burgers, did not face any traffic impact mitigation fees. So that's the information I went to the website with. I'm not sure I had a complete understanding, or certainly not the understanding I have now of how those fees, how those ADTs are calculated. But those are the pieces of information that I had.
So you knew when you looked at the website that the town had traffic impact fees, is that correct?
Well, I had been told that my neighbor wasn't facing any traffic fees, Muya Burgers. And I had been told in a general sense that so I walked up and they said, your fee is going to be $3,893.22. You can go online to review any other available fees or any other relevant fees that the town charges, because there's a complete listing of all fees that the town charges available on the website. And we had discussed Muya Burger, my neighbor, and discussed the fact that they were facing no traffic impact mitigation fee.
So did you assume you had no traffic impact fees?
I suppose.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I assumed, I guess, yes. I assumed that my neighbor wasn't facing one, I wouldn't be facing one.
And so, and I guess I at this point, I don't quite understand where you are right now. Are you saying that the $10,680 is appropriate or no traffic impact
Yeah, so
fee?
what I'm saying is that the structure where the first, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong about this, but the old structure that was in place when I submitted the application was that the first 10 trips were charged at $600 a trip, and every additional trip was charged at $60 per trip. So I'm requesting that you apply, that be applied to our average daily trip increase. Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying. It doesn't make sense yet, but I'm going to let somebody else have the mic.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Rabel, I just want to sort of the same line of questioning as Councilwoman Spector. I don't think you really answered the question when you went to the website after May 9th and looked at the listing of town fees, leaving your understanding and your particular project aside.
Yeah.
One of the fees listed was traffic impact fee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the first time you went to the planning department was on May 9th. This council changed the traffic impact mitigation fee structure on March 24th.
Okay.
So 2 months. And you're saying that in doing your due diligence for your CUP that you submitted on May 20th, you were unaware that the council changed the impact fee structure on March 24th?
Correct, because the fee structure that's available online is the current fee structure, which was not, this fee was not changed until July 18th.
Well, actually, it was changed on March 24th. We had a subsequent meeting on May 19th.
So I did not go in and watch the town council meetings or see anything, and I didn't go through the town council minutes to see if there might have been changes coming. I went to the fee structure that was online that I was pointed towards, which showed the fees as they were currently in place.
Okay, one last question. You said in response to Councilwoman Spector's question that you didn't think you were going to have to pay any traffic fees. And I guess I'm confused because you talked about an upfront fee of $3,900. Wasn't that a traffic fee?
No.
What was that for?
CUP permit application fee.
Okay. And when you submitted your traffic questionnaire, if you didn't think you owed any fees, what did you think that was for?
Well, I knew this was for a traffic analysis. The only information I had to go off of was that my neighbor didn't pay a fee. I haven't gone through a traffic analysis education in any way, shape, or form prior to this. So I submitted this questionnaire indicating that we were taking over both a liquor store and a restaurant. The one piece of information I had from staff was that my neighbor didn't pay a traffic fee. That's about all I knew.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Abel, when did you decide to take over that extra 1,000 square feet on the liquor store?
So it's not an extra 1,000 square feet per se. It's the property owner has taken a block of the shopping center in an attempt to repurpose it. And so they've and they're still finishing the work to change the two spaces, the bottle shop and the Live Oak Kitchen, into 3 distinct spaces that will be taken over by 3 new tenants. One tenant is Mooya Burgers, one tenant is Jersey Mike's, and one tenant is yet to be determined. So the space that was delineated for me by the property owner that we came to an agreement with them on was 1,500 square feet, and the lines covered partially the Live Oak Kitchen and partially the bottle shop. So it wasn't that we were taking 400 square feet from Live Oak Kitchen and then we decided to expand. This was predetermined by the property owner.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for the speaker? Councilmember McNutt?
Thank you, Mayor. So if we were to say we want to apply the traffic mitigation fees to your application that were in effect on May 20th, that would give you a bill of $10,680.
I don't think that calculation's accurate.
That wasn't the question. I haven't asked the question.
I apologize. I'll let you finish.
But you anticipated where I was going. So can you live with that? And apparently the answer is no.
So if the application of that fee structure to our calculated average daily trips is done, if that's the number that is accurate, then yes. I had come up with a slightly lower number, but I could be incorrect.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, what was that slightly lower number you came up with?
So I had, and maybe staff could confirm, I had 42 new trips. Is that correct? If it's 42 new average daily trips, as I believe it is, then the first 10 trips would equal 6,000, and the subsequent 32 trips would add 1920 to a total of 7920. Is that
Okay. Well, it sounds reasonable for now. All right. Thank you. And do we have anyone who wants to speak on this subject this evening? We see one hand being raised. If you would like to speak on the subject, please fill out a speaker card.
John Shepherdson. I came here to speak on something I haven't even spoken on yet. But I am familiar with this traffic mitigation fee issue because at the time I advocated that there be an increase in the fee because from what I saw there was deep discounts the greater the number of cars. And it seemed to me that that was inequitable. It seemed to me that if you cause an impact, you pay the fee. Very simple. And without the change in the fee, traffic mitigation fee, something like Albright, between the total development, the total impact fees would be like 200,000. These are rough numbers. By having them pay what was actually being impacted, it's about 1.2 as I recall. And the North 40, I believe it was like 2 million, and the swing is 10 million. So we're not talking about chump change here. And who pays for these discounts? It's the people, maybe some people that are watching. It's the taxpayers. It's the people that you serve. And it seems to me it's a big problem because I believe we have about 40 million in unfunded road repairs. If I'm right, maybe staff can help me on that. $40 million in unfunded road repairs. And we've got some people in the Almond Grove that are upset that repairs haven't been made to their roads. So in terms of this particular application, in some sense, I'm not sympathetic because we have these financial problems. On the other hand, I know in a subdivision law area, there's something called the freeze rule that when you submit an application, you can't sort of change the rules on the developer in the middle of the game. And I don't know if that applies here. Maybe legal counsel can address that. And the issue, as I see it, is the town changed the traffic mitigation fee, and perhaps it wasn't changed on the website, so the applicant relied on the website. Conversely, if the website had fees that were too high, and he'd relied on those, would he be stuck with those fees that he relied upon on the website, or would it be the actual fees that were charged? So we can kind of look at it at two different ways. It's unfortunate that there was that miscommunication. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Any other speakers? Seeing none, Mr. Rabel, you're welcome to come forward and add anything. You have 5 more minutes, technically, if there's anything you would like to add. All right. In that case, we will close the public hearing and look to council. We have Councilmember Spector with her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For staff, when did the Council made a decision on traffic impact fees on March 24th, 2014. When were those fees reflected on our town website?
I don't know that I can answer when they were reflected on the website. I can tell you when the fees would take effect 60 days after they were approved. We used the second hearing of the fees where council substantiated the initial hearing as the date, so that the day the fees would have taken effect would have been July 18th as the official day.
So do I hear you?
60 days after the May 19th meeting.
So do I hear you saying the new fee rate probably was not reflected on the website in May?
The fee in May would have been the previous fee because it wouldn't have taken effect yet.
The other question I have had to do with I guess it was the application that he had up on the screen there. And it showed that on May, whatever it was, it indicated that he was going to be using the bottle shop. Why wasn't the traffic impact fee determined at that point in time, since the bottle shop was a known factor?
So on this form, you can see the top part of the form is the existing or previous development, and so there was some confusion from staff's perspective on what the proposed development would be, and that's the bottom part of the form that you can see is not filled out in this particular case. So in the staff report, we talked about information not being provided or forms being incomplete, and that's where we had incomplete forms. It was staff's understanding when this form was received that the applicant would be using the existing restaurant space.
And you thought that even though it says liquor store somewhere there? Yes.
It does say liquor store on the top on the number one there. So it's a misunderstanding. And I think as Ms. Pravetti said, looking back on this with a little bit of additional communication and conversation is perhaps something that we could have caught. But in this particular case, because the proposed development section was not filled out, we made an assumption, and that one may have got through.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know if this is for you, Mr. Morley, or for someone else. Here's the chronology that I need. On March 24th, 2014, the council voted to change our traffic impact mitigation fees. That was done, and then we were going to come back for a second reading. On March 24th, after the meeting, or March 25th, the town started hearing from people who were not very happy with the decision of the town council. However, the March 24th, 2014 decision was on the books, correct? And adopted or not? Because we say, oh, you confirmed your decision on May 19th, which means that we just said, yeah, we're not changing it. So what I need to know is, we made a decision on March 24th. Why are we not saying that that decision is valid until May 19th?
On March 24th, the council was presented with a variety of recommendations and choices, and the council made the choice that it made in March. And then on May 19th, the actual fee resolution was adopted by the council. And then 60 days after it, per town code, that new fee actually went into effect. So it was a multi-step process.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
So following up on that, Ms. Pravetti, if the fees don't actually take place until 60 days after the council decision, then how could the fees be applied to this application?
The fees are collected at the time of building permit issuance. So we do our best up front to estimate what those might be, but projects typically evolve, and so we don't typically do the final calculation until they're really ready to get their building permit and we know what the TIs are. In this case, this is a relatively simple project, and it's based on the trips and the type of use. So I think we're feeling much more confident than we were earlier on in this process, that we now know what the fees will be for this particular business. I think, whenever there's fee shifts, there's always this potential gap in terms of understanding what those new fees will be. And as I say, I think we're all learning from this one.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we applied the old fees to this application, would it be $10,680?
So this is our calculation on the screen now of the old fees and how we calculated those for this particular situation. So the number on the 109 number that's circled is the total existing, so the prior use, the liquor store and the Live Oak restaurant trip generation. So how many trips those two would have generated. The 197 number is the trips that were generated by the new use as Jersey Mike's. So the difference is the 88 here. Using the old fee structure on the bottom section down here, the first 10 trips were charged at $600 per trip for a total of $6,000. The balance of the trips, in this case 78, were charged at the reduced rate of $60 per trip for a total of $46.80. The sum of those is a $10,680.
Thank you.
How much did the applicant have to pay to appeal this application? Or this hearing, I should say.
The appeal fee for a commercial project is $1,408.
$1,408.
Which is on attachment 4. Additionally, they have to pay for the transcripts for the Planning Commission hearing.
So how much would be the total for all that?
I don't have the bill for the transcripts. They pay a $500 deposit, but depending on the length of the item, it can be more or less than that amount.
All right. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Paulson, just following up, this was a consent item, so I'm assuming there's no fee for the transcript, correct?
Well, the fee should be fairly minimal. We just take in the $500 deposit as illustrated on the appeal form. So there should be a refund of those fees.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember Spector.
I don't have any more questions, so if other people have questions, I'll hold back.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
Just a clarification on the determination that fees would be required when we discovered that there was the 1,000 square feet of the bottle shop. Now, as the applicant described it, I'm curious, what was the square footage of those two before the change was initiated by the property owner? So you had the bottle shop and you had Live Oak Kitchen. That was the sum total of the uses in that space, correct?
And I believe there's a Mooyah space as well. So on the form that you saw on the screen, there were two spaces identified. This is a traffic questionnaire. The liquor store was identified as having a roughly 3,000 square foot area. The restaurant was identified as having a 3,100 square foot area. And from that, there's a 1,500 square foot application. Staff didn't quite understand where that was supposed to come from, the bottle shop or the restaurant. They assumed restaurant to restaurant. So therefore, that's where we started out as. And I don't know to answer your question specifically, I don't know what the overall square footage breakout was of those individual spaces.
The reason why I asked the question is it seems to me that if there were two uses in the property before the restructuring? Were there 2 uses or were there 3 uses in that particular site?
Through the mayor, there were 2 spaces, and so the illustration on the traffic questionnaire of the 3,019 for Live Oak Kitchen and 3,133 for the bottle shop, or vice versa. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
That was the total for the 2 spaces at the time,
Okay.
prior to breaking those up.
But when the remodel occurred and we broke it into 3 spaces, then the way it was configured was basically, let's say, an equal split. Then we discovered at that point that part of the bottle shop and part of the Live Oak Kitchen now were being shared by this new application. So we thought then at that point then, well, the bottle shop component is in there. Why didn't we just look at it as, how many square feet were the restaurant initially, how many square feet were the bottle shop, what's the number of feet that the applicant is asking for, rather than just look at it from the point of view of what's the footprint of the previous differentiation of spaces. Because it sounds to me like that's where this thing started to go south, when we were shaving off part of a bottle shop, when in reality we just had a reconfiguration of that property by the owner of the property, and this gentleman came along and took one of the spaces, and the total square footage that is now being asked for probably comes in less than what the square footage of the of Live Oak Kitchen was. Would that not be correct?
That's approximately correct.
Yeah.
So the Muya space that the applicant spoke of took the majority of the Live Oak Kitchen space. I will pull up the exact numbers, but I believe Ms. Walters expressed those earlier of what portion was actually Live Oak and what portion was the bottle shop.
Yeah, I guess
so
that's
the delta.
my problem, is that it's like it no longer existed as the space that it was before the remodel, and now we have 3 spaces, and just because this gentleman's space is in the middle, then we're picking up part of something that was a bottle shop, whereas before it was the same square footage or even less than what he was asking for before. And to me, I'm looking for, again, the nexus. So if this space is less than the previous restaurant space, and I'm not concerned about the burger place, I'm just talking about this place, then it's I'm a little concerned that we made that determination, we made that evaluation when it was based on a footprint that no longer existed in the as they did a remodel. So I would assume we could have also interpreted this as saying X number of square feet were restaurant, X number of square feet were bottle shop. What's his square feet? And if it's a restaurant, then it's the equivalent, and not go any further. That's a thought. Do you have any reflection on that?
Sure. The challenge was in the traffic questionnaire, which maybe we can put back up. He showed the proposed uses of Live Oak Kitchen and the bottle shop, but he didn't show the proposed use. We had a footprint, but there wasn't a clear delineation at that time of how much to the bottle shop. There wasn't a square footage delineation. So the traffic fee that's being generated is the delta of the portion that is the bottle shop versus the portion that was previously Live Oak Kitchen. Most of that Live Oak Kitchen space, unfortunately in this case, was taken over by Muya.
So, Mr. Paulson, was the property owner, when they decided to take the 2 spaces and turn them into 3, did they pay any increase in fees to do that? Any increase in any kind of traffic impact fees or anything on their end?
I would defer to Mr. Morley. However, it's when the actual tenants come forward. And I believe tenant improvements are currently underway for the Muya space. They obviously have not begun for the Jersey Mike's. And I'm not sure if they've pulled a permit yet for the remainder of that space that currently isn't leased, or there's not an application before us currently.
So potentially there's fees yet to be collected from the building owner, is that correct? Or would it be the tenants in those spaces, and that's all?
Yeah, it's generally the tenants. So depending on the tenant of what proposes to take over the remainder of the bottle shop, we'll determine whether or not there are additional traffic fees.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, how about a motion? Councilmember Spector?
Thank you. I think that that there are a lot of problems, both from the town side and from the applicant side. It's confusing. It was even hard to unravel it here this evening. I don't think, having said that, I don't think the Planning Commission erred. However, I'm going to move to grant the appeal on the basis that we have new information submitted to the council during the appeal process that was not readily and reasonably available for submission to the commission, and include in that motion a traffic impact fee of $10,680 less $1,408 and any amount that may have been paid by the applicant or the appellant for a court reporter.
I'll second that motion. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously.
Could we just step back one? I know that's your motion, but we'd like to have a little bit of a findings on why that decision's being made, so that we have that for the record.
Councilmember Spector?
Yes. First of all, I should note that I do not want Exhibit 11, that resolution, to be the resolution that comes back to us because I don't agree with portions of it. So having said that, the new information that was submitted to the council during the process, we had a traffic information questionnaire dated in May, which showed that the applicant was going to be occupying a liquor store. We had the fact that the website apparently did not have the new traffic information from our March 2014 council decision. That's all I can think of right now.
Vice Mayor?
I'd like to ask the maker of the motion to include last full paragraph on page 5 of our staff report, which indicates on October 15th, there was a recalculation of the character of the restaurant and the credits due for the bottle shop a week after the Planning Commission decision was made. So clearly that is new information Planning Commission did not have, and changed the traffic impact fee by $40,000.
I'll include that in my motion.
I will include that in the second. Thank you for pointing that out. So we had the vote already, and we have clarity on the motion, further clarity, and we will move on to the next item. Congratulations, Mr. Vrabel. Look forward to that sandwich and that picture. I'll pay for it. Okay. So moving on to item number 10 is our plan development overlay zone, and our staff report will be delivered by our Assistant Town Manager, Laurel Prevetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Councilmember McNutt.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I just wanted to call attention that it's going on 11:30, and I think at some point we're supposed to decide whether or not we want to continue. But I thought, isn't it by 11:30 we're supposed to make a decision?
It's not specified in policy. The decision has to be made before midnight to continue past midnight. This council has typically addressed that issue around 11:30.
I just thought it might be something good to address right now before we start into the issue, because I would prefer not to continue. And I do apologize to everyone who sat here through all of these hours, but I'll just put that out there.
So I think the Planning Commission has to make the motion by 11:30 if they're going to go beyond 11:30. The council, I'm willing to go till midnight at least. but how do the others feel? Councilmember Brzezinski?
I think it has been our tradition as well to take a poll of the council. I'm willing to go to midnight, but I'm really thinking we don't want to go beyond that. This is too significant an issue unless we come to some conclusion that perhaps, we can expedite. But that would be my concern. I'm willing to go to
Vice Mayor?
I'm torn because I see all of you sitting out there who have been incredibly patient and waiting through all of this to talk to us about something that's very important. But I also know that the Town Council did not get verbatim transcript of the Planning Commission discussion of this item, which is troubling, which would be very helpful to me in making a decision. And I also know that we've received communication from people who are very interested in this, indicating they could not be here tonight and would rather have this discussed on a different date. So with that in mind, I would prefer for us to continue it to a date certain, because we're clearly not going to finish the discussion tonight. So I wonder whether it makes sense to start it tonight.
Councilmember Spector?
I would go to midnight. I would definitely not go past midnight. I think that we will ultimately continue this for all the reasons stated by the Vice Mayor, but I would like to give the opportunity to those in the audience who have waited and who wish to address us to come forward and do it between now and midnight to the extent that we have time.
And Councilmember McNutt, I think we heard from you already.
Well, I mean, I do feel bad because I've spent many a night sitting out there waiting for my turn to speak, and I know how annoying that is. But I do think it's not a good way to start a discussion and then continue it, because then we always run into the issue of, do we take additional public testimony and so on. So I will stick with my original suggestion that we do not start this tonight, and I do agree with the Vice Mayor that having the verbatim transcript as part of the packet right from the start of discussion of the item would be very helpful. So with apologies again to the people in the audience, my vote would be to move it.
All right, question for staff. Is it possible to let the members of the audience speak without delivering a staff report, without, with the possibility of continuing in the future letting whoever comes forward at the continued hearing speak as well? Is that in our purview? Councilmember Brzezinski has a question.
The question is this: so if a member of the audience speaks now, then can they speak again when we actually have the discussion? That's I think a difficulty, because if we do that and that excludes you, then you did have a really interesting political event tonight that you were able to observe. And at the same time, I would hate to see us start in and just say, let's give you a chance to talk, and then we go away and come back in 2 weeks or whenever, and we go through the full range. We get the verbatim minutes, because I do think we need the verbatim minutes of the Planning Commission, and you're excluded. So my recommendation would be to not go in that direction.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Mr. Brzezinski. You're right. I don't know when we would continue this to. I was just trying to be nice to the people who have been waiting around all night. If we're going to continue this to a date when we have a different council than we have this council, then I think we should just continue the item. And if you'd like me to make a motion to that.
You're welcome to do so.
All right. I'm going to move that we continue this item, and I'm going to have to look to staff because I think we need a date certain.
We are discussing whether or not we need a date certain. There was no noticing for this since it was a process recommendation.
All right.
Other than to the speakers at Planning Commission.
All right, then I'm going to make a motion to continue this item. And because we did not have verbatim transcripts, and I don't understand why we didn't, but we didn't, because there were individuals who requested a continuance due to the fact that this is election night, and because it is election night, we're going to have a new council.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Brzezinski seconds. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, none. It passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for coming and staying late with us this evening. Meeting is adjourned.